I'll go first because I'm pretty quick, and I also have the 3 hour AAR solo. So,
I just got done watching that. It's
I watched it a couple nights ago.
I picked Abyssinia because I'd watched Captain Meme's A1 video in Africa, and it was a small regional with limited neighbors. And I've watched a lot of diplomacy content, but I've only really played 2 or 3 games with friends over the pandemic. And this is my first Imperial, of course, so I thought I'd pick what looked like the most manageable power that was on the board, and that was and then I also went on my honeymoon for like the first couple of years of the game. So that was another decider of not trying to pick a big power. So that's why I picked Abby.
I think I'll go next here then, and I'll offer that I believe I was either the first or second to go in terms of like picking the scraps, and I just well, the Colonials didn't really interest me all that much. I didn't see the idea behind like splitting up your fronts and like managing relationships, especially in like a beginner game. So that left me with regionals, and out of all of them, Ming was like the most consistent. I don't know how else to describe it, especially with how I wanted to do it with my like reliance on like if I couldn't get uh both of the East Asians all together, then like at least one of them, and then Ming becomes like really consistent in what you can do. Everyone else was like
Would
very
you
very
mind
dangerous.
panning more over to Asia, just so we can
Oh yes,
Uh,
sorry, that's me.
look up
I'm
the
sharing.
powers?
Yes.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So like in my vision, I saw that like Ming has a pretty solid chance of like doubling in that first year. Even if it like a lot of it's contested, the colonial presence actually makes certain certain like outcomes from the other regionals more forced. Like Toku has to sort of contest the Dutch. The Qing kind of has to contest Russia. Likewise, Ayutthaya has to go into Southeast Asia, and Mughals has to go south into India at first. Um, it feels like even though you're central, even though everyone can kind of collapse in on you, you've got like all these like buffers, which makes it kind of people want to play you against everyone else, and that makes you kind of important.
Hmm, nice.
Which is very funny considering how a lot of other games went, but yeah.
Yeah, I think if they can't, but then they ended up fighting each other anyways. So really, it's you've got to if you're the person, you have to also present yourself as that like lever. I don't know how else to describe it. I'm still very new to diplomacy in general, but uh, so that motivated me to choose something that was like easy to understand to me at least. I'd gone over the
Yeah.
positions of like a bunch of regionals with a group of friends who had no interest in diplomacy at all, but like we could still when I laid down like how this works mechanically, they were willing to like be like, I think it's either them or Athabasca, ironically, and I'm like, I don't really want to play in North America yet.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's actually really fucking funny. Um oh, that's a good segue. This video is gonna be very, very Africa, like very like old world focused, let's put it that way.
Yes. Yeah.
Because there were a couple prominent powers in the Americas, including the fifth impunity member, who couldn't join us unfortunately. But it's very different board state, and especially me as being like very central to the old world. Um, I yeah, I kind of just had my map cropped with the Americas out of it the entire game. Um, speaking of which, I was one of the last scrap picks to go, so I had some options to choose from, but I wasn't analyzing like every regional's board state. But I saw Safavid and it was kind of like love at first sight because I was like, oh, this power is fucking fascinating. Like, it feels so crushed between like powers, especially Russia and the Ottomans, who are all like big, intimidating early game forces. Kind of incredibly hard to pilot to the win, but but like very intimidating early game. And I thought that it just looked really fucking fascinating. The Portuguese fleet in Muscat did like fucked up a lot of my early game calculations, but other than that, it looked pretty consistent with the first year, the kind of openings you could do. This variant is very, as compared to like standard diplomacy, it's very, very focused on like guaranteed regionals and guaranteed like neutrals in the first year. So I came into this game with 2 goals. One far-fetched goal being restoring the Achaemenid Empire. I did not end up doing that for just 2 SCs, Cairo and Mecca, which I feel like I could never reasonably demand from you, Abyssinia.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, well, you'll see. And my main goal was to fucking destroy the Ottomans and Russia without tipping them both off that that's what my goal was, so that they wouldn't like ally and collapse in on me. So my goal early game was very much to play them off of each other, and I think you, Abyssinia, out of everyone, can attest to how much I was trying to get coalitions going against the Ottomans.
For sure, yeah, and that worked out with just what I was trying to do. So I didn't realize till closer to the end how central you were to so many of the coalitions. And yeah, if there was ever a central player, both in geography and I think in the diplomacy going on, it was definitely your position. So well played.
Thank you.
Give Congo a chance on his starting.
Yeah. I'm the only person that selected their nation in the sign-up sheet. Congo was definitely number 1, and then I think number 2 was Mali, number 3 Ajuran, number 4 Ayutthaya, and number 5 Shoshone. Doesn't really matter. My top 3 were African regionals. I watched the Diplostrats video where Meme played as Bornu in Africa, so I was familiar with the region. Congo got changes between A1 and A2, and they ended up number 1 because they were purple.
Real.
Good choice.
Congo's position is pretty solid as well. You only need to talk to one nation to try and guarantee your double, being the Dutch. So lots of my year 1 focus was making sure the Dutch were on side enough that I could get my double basically for free. And yeah, this is my first diplomacy game like with press, just full stop. I played around in like web diplomacy against bots to sharpen up on like trying to figure out tactics and stuff, but otherwise going in basically completely fresh.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and move forward because we don't want to make this a 7-part video, and we'll try to get through some of the early stuff.
Yeah.
I'll quickly do spring moves. For me was just doubling up. The only real, since a lot of players, they probably look for videos when they're just starting out. Maybe this turn a little more than the other turns. It's worth thinking about opening moves. I talked with Ottomans to make sure they didn't go into Red Sea, and gave them Sana for that. And I talked with Adran about DMZing Sadamo and Gala as part of kind of the African regional thing I was trying to get going. And I think we had a plan down here to all go for dots that weren't like we agreed on all the dots in between us as far as what we'd go for. The only one that was kind of interesting, I couldn't defend it, but Canham, I definitely wanted Mali to have it since they have to deal with 4 colonial powers, and so I was interested. And they have the most things they have to contest, so I was making sure that I was like, hey, it's good that you're over here. I'm fine with it. Get you some centers to deal with this. Everything else was, besides the Ottoman discussion, pretty straightforward as far as going from 4 to 8, and then you'll see I'll stall out for quite a bit after that. But that was kind of my first year discussion, was trying to get the regionals on side, be friendly with Ottomans for at least the first year before I knew I wanted to go towards them, and yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
We'll slide south really quick
Mhm.
because so most of my spring press was making sure the Netherlands were on side. DMZ'd Lopez Bay and Luango to make sure that the Netherlands felt like I wasn't going to snipe Fernando Po from them at all, as well as Angola Basin to make sure I could get Benguela. I was kind of secretly hoping Mali wouldn't go for Canum because it's a guaranteed dot for them, but I was kind of hoping that they wouldn't see it. Unfortunately, they did. The other interesting thing is the Portuguese. We slide down a south just a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Portugal moves all of their units away from Ajuran. Fun for me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, getting those on side was pretty easy. I pitched pretty hard as an anti-Mali position. I knew looking at Mali that Mali's position was definitely stronger than Congo's going into the game, and so I knew I wanted to make sure that they didn't get strong. So pitching myself as a power that wasn't like fully anti-colonial to get them on side, I felt was a good strategy.
You're talking about the Dutch?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I saw some of that in the press. Like, you definitely had to kind of work with them for a while before turning on them. So I think that was a really good call early on, is you don't need to just be full. Like, I can afford to be full throttle. I don't care about the colonials, but you can't. So I thought that was a good decision.
Yeah. Like our game was pretty heavily defined by like a strong like colonial versus regional early game, it felt like. There's obviously some exceptions
Not
in our
for
game.
me.
Amara was very clearly working with colonials. I don't think we'll look at South America too much, but Amara gets very big very fast.
Yes.
And then I think like Spain and Athabasca are pretty friendly, but overall, like Africa, very heavy anti-regional bias.
Mhm.
So
I'll also
yeah.
speak to Asia, like that whole situation there with the colonials. Was way more coordinated than I thought, but just I accidentally stumbled into realizing before fall closes that at like Portugal, the Dutch, and Spain were all coordinating, but just we stumbled into a move set that kind of got the worst of it out of the way. I guess I'll just start with saying that in this what we can see here, you're seeing Ming, Ching, and Toku all agree on how we need to double, and throw in like a fake little conflict over Korea in fall that we can point to and say, look, we're fighting, but in actuality, we're all really on board with just getting a clean double. No
Jesus
bounces,
fucking
nothing.
Christ! The triple started that early.
It started this like I remember pitching it to Ching. I was like, I think we could have a really good alliance, but I also maybe want to include Tokugawa in it. And then Ching pitched it to Toku. Toku was on board with it, and then I think it was like if the press had opened on the 7th, I think we had started the triple on the 7th. Which is before anything. I remember seeing the Dutch, the Spanish, and the Portuguese, their coordination. I think that started either on the 8th or the 9th, which is like 2 days too late, I'm afraid. We had already agreed within the Asian triple to sort of just like play coy, really allude to like tensions that weren't there, play dumb about like I haven't heard as much as we have, and then we made that like our second public chat where every time we like notice something about the game, we would just type to each other, just generally start building that rapport early and that trust early. It did not like come naturally. It really was just like a constant reinforcement that we started when there was the most at stake, and then it was just easy to sort of follow through on that. Another thing I want to point out is that not only in my position do I have to talk to Qing and Toku, who are like my big guys that I have to, either fight or work with in East Asia, I also have to talk with Ayutthaya, who I had seen in the A1 had actually been a big part in dismantling Ming in those few games that I saw. And Mughals too. I had to make sure they're doing okay. I was worried a little bit about them moving up into Tibet. So I was very conciliatory. I truthfully did not see myself going into India because of that gap that's there. It's very easy for Mughals to defend. Little did I know that like I could break through at some point. It's just too far in the future. So we make good there. Then you also have the colonials you have to deal with, and I'm telling the Dutch one thing. I'm also telling the Portuguese, like, not necessarily a contradictory thing. I tell the Dutch that I want them to be my janissary because I see Formosa all by itself, and I'm like, what can they do? I don't really see that Philippine Sea and Hindamara or Halmahara, though that's actually like a year away. Like, they could reasonably support themselves, and Formosa is just an extension of their Dutch East Asia situation. And I don't realize that until fall. And I realized how silly that offer of a janissary was. And I adjust appropriately. And I think them playing along kind of, I don't know, that set something off in me, and I just didn't trust the Netherlands at all at that point. The Portuguese were a lot easier to handle. If you ever leave Macau, you're getting all my armies that I'm building this year just into your area. So just stay still. You can keep that supply center. I really don't care. Just don't fuck with me. And that worked. That worked in this fall phase. They didn't want to lose their Macau colony over what they thought would be a bounce, and all this stuff going on into the future. Just a lot of people you have to talk to, and a thing that I didn't have to, but with my alliance structure, I kind of needed to vibe out, is that I think I started talking about. I started feeling Russia, and I started feeling Russia's like opponents. And this is a weird thing that happened because it's funny that Safavid mentions their coalition building. I think I just sort of hear from the grapevine that Russia has a lot of enemies. And I go, that means they're not really conceding anywhere else in the world. And they're saying they're going to concede like to Qing. And this is going to be their safe front. Well, I don't want that. And I want Qing to have someone to grow into that isn't me. So I say, well, if they're going to be fighting everyone else, doesn't that mean we're going to have like a really easy war? They're going to be stretched too thin. So we should just go through with the war.
Hell yeah.
So I end up having to convince Qing, who thinks they could, get reasonable peace with Russia. I go, you should just go for everything, and it does end up working. I think. Well, we know it ends up working, but
I love the Asian triple, which of course goes through the whole game, but I do feel like it's important that you led it, because I feel like the other two powers do have maybe a little more natural expansion, while you talking about the Mughals and you're talking about Ayutthaya, like, and the regionals down there as well. So like you taking the lead on that, I think was really important to maintaining that triple throughout. Yeah.
I actually had the thought of the triple in the scrap phase. I remember seeing something in diplomacy games that I just saw just from watching videos, and I have no idea how it actually plays out in practice because this is my first actual diplomacy game at all. But I heard how kind of unstoppable but tense the situation is between an England, a France, and Germany in a normal diplomacy game. How that alliance, if they could just sort their stuff out and go east, that it's a really strong alliance block. But because of how diplomacy works in that in just normal situation, you tend to see a Germany either fall apart to the England and France going east, or just that the tension between them is too strong to where they do the most optimal moves. Whereas here, I'm like, well, I see each of us playing an important part of just pushing in these different directions, north, east, and west, and just, enough cooperation to go south, I think, that it can work. A triple like that can work at all.
Yeah.
And it, they make these, I think the map designers designed all their regions in triples where they could. And I think that something like this, like, just works really well.
Yeah.
Just if you can get all three members of that triangle to sort of agree to not fight inwardly and just deal with those external threats outward.
Yep.
And just when you start fighting outward, you tend to have all your units outward, and you just have to keep going because that's the most optimal place to keep going instead of having to reverse. And that's so good for me, who's central to everything.
Yeah. Safavid, how was your first year? What were you thinking?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Russia didn't talk to me until like a day before before spring closed. And by then I already was just like, I dislike you. And then the press just like furthered, just like, I didn't like Russia. I'm gonna be real. So I was just like, yeah, Russia's my first target. And so I needed to keep Ottomans on side enough while making sure they were weakened. And I'm pretty sure Abyssinia, I was already talking to you and Ajeron about, is that the one?
Ajeron, yeah, the blue. Yep.
Yeah, Ajeron about like going into Arabia to counterbalance them. Portugal also didn't talk to me at all during spring. So I opened very like trying to bounce them out of stuff. If they went into her months. But turns out I just didn't need to do that because they just held it. And I moved away from the Ottomans like way more than I would want to, but basically nothing. But whatever. Oh yeah, Swinek, Van, and Kuzestan. Basically, they were all DMZ'd with the Ottomans. Early game, me and the Ottomans were very friendly. With me conspiring behind their back, hoping they don't hear about it.
I remember
Positionally, I didn't see the people who I was talking to, except maybe Ajeron, like, telling them that I was going anti them, or like pressing anti them, but in my conquest against Russia, I saw three main allies and one ally of convenience. The Ottomans obviously is the ally of convenience. I'm trying to get them to open as north as possible. And they are, so that's neat. And Mughals is the one who I really care about. There's kind of like a gap of just like non-SCs between us that we can just like pretty easily just say, yeah, let's not go into them. And like I saw it as a really solid, like long game alliance. Like I just didn't see myself ever going into India just because, especially with my Achaemenid Empire LARP, I wanted to just go west. That was just what my goal was. So, because the Achaemenid Empire, for those not that know, it's like Iran, some of Arabia, like Egypt, Turkey and Greece. Big old empire. Very, very cool. And the other main ally who I was pressing with a lot that I saw as really good long game if I could get them on side and really, really good for killing Russia is ironically Qing. So thanks, Ming, for saying that they should.
You're
they
welcome.
Should fight Russia with me. It was very, very, very helpful. But yeah, overall, this was a really nice turn for me. With the DMZs I secured, I was pretty confident I could double. Portugal was kind of a pain in my side, but that wasn't because of who they are as a person. That's just because I really like consistent growth, and they could bounce me out of quite a few things.
Yeah.
And also I just didn't like the idea that they would grow in Northern Arabia, block me off, and be able to pump a bunch of units into there from other areas. I just didn't feel it, didn't think that was a good place for them to be. Yeah, and I think we can go to the next turn now, if y'all wanna.
Yeah, awesome. No, as someone who picked the Ottomans for the next game, I just hope I don't have a Persia as like you, who is ready to expand that way. But I think that was a really good call between. So yeah, we'll try to. That's good background on most of the relations around. I have spring retreats, and then I have fall moves. For me, it was just doubling and everything agreed and looking nice. Congo, I think, similar.
Yeah, I also double. The only move of note really is Portugal to my south.
Oh yeah, yep. So trouble, yeah.
Army Kalahari, Army Barotes, not
Yeah.
fun to deal with. Ajuran gets their free double because it's all uncontested.
Yep.
Not going to be a fun time for me.
Yeah. Anything special stand up for you guys for the fall over in Asia?
I think so. I offer Dutch to go into Okinawa, and Tokugawa does the exact same thing. So the Dutch think they're going into Okinawa with 2 supports. Me and Toku realize this because even though we're the Asian triple, we're not quite as well as like informing each other of everyone's press. But we realize this, and we're like, well, Dutch can't beat both of our Janissaries. Also, do we really want them to like go +1 in this like little like, do we really want them to build in Formosa and have an excuse to build in Formosa by growing in East Asia? No, so we just support me in, and that allows me to double this season. At the same time, I think I see my press. I see over and over again how I'm going to go into Hainan, and I'm just telling everyone that. And at the last minute, I think it's Ayutthaya. Me and him decide that like Spain's gonna definitely go into Fonrang here. There's nowhere else he can go really, and we don't want him to like bounce or grow there. And I wouldn't mind if Ayutthaya grows there, considering I give him the same offer I ask Tokugawa, just absent the context of the Asian Triple, and I'm like, Ayutthaya, if you build nothing but fleets and fight colonials, we'll be great friends. That lasts, a little bit.
As long as it could, yeah. Anything for Safavid really stand out? Just looks like you're getting centers here and doing good.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't bounce Russia out of Turkestan, but I was kind of, still trying to make sure I could play all sides if I wanted to, while, trying to get as much of a anti-Russian board state as I could. I think if Poland had done anything other than NMR, I would have fully gone anti-Russia. But
Poland doesn't fully NMR. They do walk out of Brandenburg.
Walk out of a center into a non-center in the fall. Amazing.
Poor Poland.
Yeah.
So, Poland was really frustrating to me because, like, I genuinely didn't know if they were leaking info to Russia or not. But I was just like, I can mobilize Qing and Mughals against Russia eventually, but I just need a minute first. I was also just like, I just wanted to consistently double. I also wanted to make sure Portugal couldn't bounce me out, which is why I did that support in.
Good move there.
Yeah, but other than that, it's all basically just focused on doubling.
Yep. I'll move ahead
or
then.
Close to.
Give us some nice maps. I don't think the leaderboard matters too much. Everyone gets worried at the end of the first year with the builds, but I think that's just, I don't know, that happens in every game, and maybe it's a curse of the Colonials where they look like they're way bigger than they need to be, but it's really not that big of a deal at this stage.
Yeah, it's just like each Colonial is 3 regionals.
Yeah.
Essentially. So them getting that many builds is just like, oh yeah, a couple regionals have doubled. Like, That's all it is. But it's really easy to fearmonger, especially beginner players, especially because there were rumors going around of like full-way colonial cooperation, which that actually was, I think.
Yes, everyone but
Yeah.
France, because France misplays horribly.
Yeah,
France goes full anti-English, like right off the bat, like says straight to England's face, "Hey, I am fighting you."
I saw that. That was crazy.
Also to note, France subs after the first year, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also want to say that like it's not so much that like they grow by a lot. It's that I think that we could have come to like a negotiated peace with like the colonials in our region. I think we were trying to peel away Spain and Portugal. We succeed with Portugal, but not so much Spain because they like how the Dutch are acting as a shield for the Philippines. But just the Netherlands. And I remember hearing this advice in the tactics and openings channel on the main server before the game. And it's like, if you're playing a colonial, if you've got like a dying colony somewhere that really doesn't have a chance of like growth, don't build there because you gotta like trim your dead branches and support the like actual good places of power for yourself. And something just irks me so much where the Dutch take one of their builds, and they do have a few builds, but they take one of their limited number of builds and build in Formosa. And he delays us by like a year or two, doesn't grow any, and I think he regrets not building that in other areas,
I
especially
think
when
the
we get
one
later
place
in
the
the game.
Dutch don't build is North America. Almost certainly.
Oh, fucking
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, it's like probably their smallest colonial. I never even think about the Dutch over here. So many games you see them eliminated so quick in North America, but so maybe that's why. But I don't know. For builds this year, for me, it was I've always tried to build fleets, and we have limited cores at this point as smaller powers. So I think the builds for me, at least, were pretty easy. Especially going anti-Ottoman, I wanted an extra fleet.
Yeah, mine are a little bit more
Yeah,
complicated. I make a deal with the Dutch. Hey, you build your armies. We need armies against Mali. I'll build only one fleet instead of two, because if I build a fleet Kinshasa, that can only go to Lopez Bay, which is very anti-Dutch. So
Okay, nice. Yeah.
I have deals with the Dutch.
Yep. Anything of interest for you guys? It seems. I mean, there's one choice here, basically, for Shiraz, and yeah, I think you need the army. Yeah.
The builds are just pretty clear.
Okay.
I don't know how Ottoman reacts. I don't think Ottoman reacts negatively to these builds, which they should, but you know.
Yeah, where are you going to put them, though? You know, you're not going to wave a build. Or at least I wouldn't think to wave a build in the first year, and those are the only centers you have to place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And like Bandar Abbas is just because I'm like fully. I don't know yet that there's the colonial cooperation in South India, so I'm just like fully. Yeah, I want the Mughals on side. They seem like they can be really good here.
Yeah, India's really interesting because Portugal bounces Hyderabad in spring, and then England bounces it in fall.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember seeing that because Mughals went into the tactics and openings channel on the main Discord server and talked about what happened in their opening. Because Mughals are basically in a full war against the colonials, and that they don't gain much ground at all against them.
Good point.
And yeah, I feel so bad for the Mughals this game. We're gonna get more into it later, but like, they did great. They were just so fucked by board state.
Yep.
I think there was some like A1 bias. I didn't play A1, but I understand the Mughals and the Inuit did really well in A1. And so there was a little bit of just concern because like this was one of the few changes in A2, right? The Impassable, the Sahara Desert. So maybe that played into it, but it's a beginner board, so who knows how much everyone was thinking about that.
Yeah.
But I do remember from the video of A1 that I guess it was the Diplostrats and watching a Cannon Bornu. I do remember strongly like Inuit doing really well on that board.
Yep.
And I kept looking at our Inuit and I'm like, at what point is he going to break out? You know, and he never does. But
Never breaks
it is
out.
something I'm thinking about like all the time. It's like it is just the projection of the map makes them deceptively like look kind of stringy, but they are kind of strong if you think about it.
Yeah, because you have a lot of movement up here for sure. But
Yeah.
I'll keep going just to keep pace. Nothing super exciting for me. This is an arranged thing with Adran. I don't know Congo as far as like I was very solidly. I'm working with you guys. I'm moving over to the Sahara to help Mali. I have no. Yeah, like later on, I want that unit to do something, but I am really just trying to help against the Colonials. And I try to do this move to make it seem like we're fighting, but a move to Suakin and Zaghawa, like the Ottomans are not fooled. They know that this area is in danger. So that was. Oh, and then I guess this was one of the first attempts at cooperation here. Was I told Adran and Congo like, let's go away. There are no more dots here. Let's just get out. And I follow through, and they try, quote unquote, to. I'm not sure how.
This is a very quote unquote try.
Yeah.
I had a pretty good idea that move wasn't going to work.
That's okay.
Because I'm still talking to the Dutch at this point. I do just fully stab the Dutch this phase. This is a stab.
Oh, because you move to Lopez Bay, you move up to the DMZ.
I go to Lopez Bay, Luango, Gulf of Guinea. It's just full anti-Dutch.
Yep.
And they were very not happy about it.
Good. Yeah.
I get a full like paragraph press message from them, and I send like a full paragraph back explaining everyone in Africa is like really like kumbaya anti-colonial, and I would rather fight one Netherlands than 3 African regionals. So yeah, we'll see how that works out for me. If we scroll a little bit further south.
Oh yes, go ahead.
Portugal moves into Angola Basin, so because Barot's bounced with Ajuran, Benguela is a guaranteed lost dot. But I do guarantee Fernando Po for next phase, so at least there's that.
Nice. So already you're kind of, because I know you were kind of working with them, but even by the spring of this year, you're like, oh, this isn't going to work out. I at least, yeah, like you said, 1 Netherlands is better than 3 regionals.
Yeah.
Portugal building and then trying to core up in Arabia, I was just like, no. Like, dude, no. Like, it's not gonna... That's not gonna work out. So I told them, like, I'm just taking Rustak. I just told them that. And I said, reinforce yourself in India and I can help out there. I just need a path into Arabia. And at least in our press, they were very friendly towards that idea, which is kind of wild.
I think it's a good move. I don't see how Portugal holds this area that well at all. And if I was Portugal, if I had to play Portugal, I would move Muscat towards India immediately, just knowing that that's a pretty easy expansion for Safavid.
Yeah, for sure. It's just like the way they were so friendly to just like, I'll core it, but like, oh, you took my dot? Well, okay. Like, let's be friends, let's take India. And like, obviously I'm not genuine with this, but I do think from them it's a decent play considering just position. Like, Arabia is such a contested area that like you're just not. India is just such a more natural progression path. So to get to like seed and be friendly with the seed 2 and be friendly with Safavids, in order for help in India is like a decent idea, and I think it would have worked well if I wasn't so in with the Mughals and I wasn't so anti like the big regionals, Yeah, and as you can see in Central Asia, yeah, both of these guys like me at this point. Russia just straight up says like, yeah, you can have Uzjan, like, and presumably from their Yarkland and stuff, like they're just fully just trying to get me on side because they know they have so many enemies, and I'm just like, yeah, sure. And then I just take Turkestan. Because why wouldn't I? I've got Mughals on side. Mughals seems to be doing fucking horribly in South India through no fault of their own. And like it's just a good alliance for me. And if Mughals can get off the ground, it'll be really good into the late game.
And this seems like
So-
mostly diplomacy. Just like you have a much better feel for Mughals than you do Russia, and that,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Oh, for sure. Like, I was pretty army big regional, but once the coalitions were going, I was fully willing to work with them. But like, you know, it just didn't work out.
Yeah.
Whereas like Mughals press was pretty stellar this game. I like Mughals a lot. They're a cool player.
Mm-hmm. Meaning anything?
I couldn't even recognize that we were like natural adversaries. I must not have missed that from the A1 coverage that I had seen, because my press with Mughals was just so good. I remember Bamo being promised to both Mughals and Ayutthaya at different points, and then in both I had gotten at least Mughals to agree that I think I should receive Bamo. And as a result, Ayutthaya, I guess, got scared off of it because both me and Mughals had agreed I should get it. Ayutthaya did ask me politely that they need it for the extra fleet build, but I insisted otherwise. I was like, yeah, but I want it though.
Yeah, but you still set up to take it in the fall. More of a guarantee than taking it in the spring.
Yeah, and as we approach this turn, I'm actually growing even more. We're approaching a phase I think is my worst phase, and that's simply mechanical skill issue. I think.
Well, let's get there. I think this one's pretty good.
I do want to point out with that last phase, though, Korea is exactly as arranged. I remember we went over how can we make it look really violent, but in actuality, it's exactly what we want. We want to blow up the Qing fleet, so that way that point of tension's gone with our alliance. We also want to have a reason for my fleets to sort of just come down and help out with the situation in Formosa without it being like too obvious that we're like coordinating more massively there.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
If it was actually aggressive, Beijing wouldn't have gone south. So
yeah,
yeah. It's
but
like,
it fooled Russia.
Yeah, the whole thing with the Eastern Triple, and later into this game as well, you'll see, is that you guys were insane on the psyops.
Yeah, I actually did not realize that a lot of my reputational damage I got, before realizing it, did not actually come from like the end game and my late game stabs of like the Tokugawans more deliberately, and like the Qing kind of implicitly when I end up going for the impunity. It's actually just that like in our deception, a lot of my moves throughout the game looked a lot more treacherous than they were. Like all my moves were agreed upon, but the Qing had to be like, yeah, no, Ming's pretty greedy with all these dots. I'm not gonna. It's just, and that just carried on. Especially when there was a sub in Qing later game, there were a couple subs this game. One notable sub won't happen for a little while, but Russia got a sub. And I really liked Russia's sub. Like, I was actually so open to the
yeah, like you'll see when we get to that. But yeah, overall everything's going very, very according to plan. I'm feeling really good about how bad Mughals is doing. Obviously, I'm commiserating with them, but I'm feeling really good because I'm just like, yeah, they're not coming for me anytime soon.
Yeah.
But I'm also pretty confident that they can eventually break southern India. Like, I'm sure there's going to be a stab between the colonials. Like, 100% Mughals is definitely going to be able to break into southern India later this game. And so I'm like, wanting them as a long-term ally. So I'm wanting them to not piss them off early game. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Cool.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're all whispering in the Colonial's ears. Like I'm whispering in Spain and Portugal's ears. Like hey, you should stab the other colonials, stab the Netherlands, all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm whispering in the ears of Portugal, just giving them like grand dreams of a southern India all of their own. You should stab England so hard. And then later game they also do when there's a stab between, I think it's Portugal and the Dutch.
Yes.
I work with the Dutch and England to be like, hey, you guys should fight Portugal and rout them from the area entirely so Mughals can get a better position and crush into southern India. But I started that kind of like diplomatic talks there for that reason rather. I don't know why Mughals, is that a self-bounce there?
Yeah, it's a self-bounce to make sure Russia can't retreat into Yarkand.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at
that's
this.
I don't know
fair.
how
Yeah, no,
necessary it
that
is,
was
but it is
definitely
clever.
Yeah.
Well,
And they wanted to stay in Kabul because, yeah, I remember now.
okay.
Just because they were worried about, I think, you, Ming, moving in.
Oh.
They were a very, very paranoid player this entire game, which I think very much was to their favor. Because all of their paranoia was exactly right. But you know,
We'll get to it.
Yeah.
We'll get to it.
We'll
I
try.
do want to say on the subject of working the colonials, and we can proceed onto like this final map. Just a lot of Portugal, like the Macau deal. I feel really built a lot of goodwill. And I didn't really pitch like you should do this or you should do that. I sort of just like ask how their game's going. I don't know about the big colonial alliance, though I kind of like imply that I know, and I just want to know like how the rest of the board's kind of taking shape from their perspective. I'm surprised that y'all don't get a lot of conversation out of Portugal because I end up having a few, not many, but a few, and they're all very enlightening whenever I do. It's actually
Awesome.
through them that I start talking to Spain, which is important for in the next few years. But I make my inroad with this like I will keep you in Macau. You can stay in Macau and just we're friends, even though you're part of an alliance that will absolutely vulture if you have the opportunity to. We're friends though, you and me, Portugal.
That hurts me later on when I finally get over to the Indian Ocean because I'm starting a fresh relationship basically with Portugal, and I'm like, oh, I'm being helpful. I'm helping you get into centers and help against England, not realizing like you guys have had a conversation since almost basically day one, and no matter what help I'm giving them at this point, I still take Maldives and all that. And yes, they have more of an inclination towards you just because there's, to be fair, like 2 more months of relationship than I had with them, and that kind of bit me. So it's good to see that was going on early and you were building that.
Also, this is the turn where all the moves go wrong. I just did not get the syntax right in typing in my orders, and just absolute
fun
massacre.
arrow.
Yeah. Well, literally every single order in the, I guess in.
Oh no, I
direction.
see it.
Yeah, every single order in the west go terrible. I lose. I think do. I end up losing Turfan over this? Yes, I do. I end up losing Turfan. I stay in Suza, which is whatever. But I don't go into Bamo, which I tie as like, oh, what?
You don't lose Turfan, it looks like. Oh wait, no, Russia gets dislodged and retreats into it.
Which takes another like year to sort of like clean that up, and it slows down our Russia front a lot. It's by far the biggest setback.
I was so annoyed
East
by
goes
how
better,
slow
but
the Russia.
yeah.
I was so annoyed by how slow the Russia front went on all sides. I was also whispering in Spain's ear a lot to be like, I'll secure you all of the med. It'll be your wildest dreams come true. Please kill the Ottomans. So you know that was happening, and toward that end, I leaked the existence of this chat, this fucking wild chat, which was every single power in the game that wasn't a colonial in the anti-colonial league. I think you, Ming, were very much pitching it like you got added to it and you were like, hey guys, let's do this as like an information sharing, morale boosting thing instead of actually discussing moves here. Which I think was the right play because I was leaking fucking everything to Spain to try to get them against the Ottomans.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But I also tried that convoy there. Like Portugal bounced me out of there, which I think is fair. Like I don't think they wanted Muscat to fall this year when I'm already taking one of their centers. Like I think that's just like completely reasonable. But that does mean that I go. I think. Yeah, I don't get Rostov this year. I don't think. So that was
Yeah,
kind
you
of a
don't.
misplay on my part.
Mhm.
But I get to support hold everything else. I get to get a good position. I see that like, yeah, I'm definitely not getting into Astrakhan this year, but I might as well keep Ottomans on side for just a minute. See how it goes. Yeah, Ottomans is kind of still doing everything I would want them to at this point, which is very, very nice. And I'm very, very happy with how Abyssinia and Iran, funnily enough, are going anti-Ottomans. I'm feeling like I can very much pounce soon TM, especially with Russia stalling.
Yeah, this was a turn where I'm in Italy and just thinking, okay, I know this is their optimal move to keep centers in the fall, and so play for position. You know, if you can't get a center, play for position, and just trying to move up a bit. And I remember I was not in the ACL, the Anti-Colonial League, until you mentioned it, and there was no access. I'm like, well, I'm a pretty strong proponent of this. Should I be in this channel?
Whoever made it forgot to add.
But yeah,
And
that's,
then we realized we're like, oh, none of us noticed. Whoops.
and thankfully these Congo and Ajuran do actually move away when they can, and I'm very clearly committed. It's kind of ride or die. Like, yes, it may be slow, but I'm going to go against the Ottomans, and you're continuing your push against the Netherlands. It looks like.
Yeah, we'll talk about the rest of Africa because I'm paying attention to like all of it. Portugal takes out the Polish center. Mali gets the core off, so they have 2 coastal home SCs now, which
nice.
would have been good for them if they got any fleets off the ground.
Yeah.
We take we guarantee ourselves a Great Ardra and Fernando Po this phase. The Netherlands and the English try to disband the Mali unit that snuck into Aja, but doesn't quite work out. The Netherlands is going fully against me. I'm pretty sure that's a Dutch unit going to SAO3. Let's check.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
They're moving over.
So the Dutch are sending all of the fleets from South America right to my coast. And because I know that I'm
So
losing
they were
Big
very
Whale,
mad about the stab, huh?
Oh yeah, they were very mad. But because I know I'm losing Bengal guaranteed, I pivot my moves and gain positioning, so I sneak into Kalahari.
Does anyone have like the WFF channel up, by the way? Because I do want to talk about that when that starts.
It doesn't really get founded until year 3 if we're not already on that. I only say that because I think it's the year after this one. Mapuche is not quite dead enough yet. That doesn't. Yeah.
Australia.
Yep.
Yeah. This is the end of year 2.
I also think after all of your like misorders, Ming, this was like the year that Foggy, our original GM, was just like, I fucking hate the bot. I'm doing anything else. That might be another year from now, but Foggy, we love Foggy. Foggy did some very funny, amazing things this game, including custom units, and making the borders pretty, which is pretty borders and units are the most important thing in any diplomacy game.
For sure.
I agree. I think
I just pulled
it.
up the World Friendship Forum Discord. It starts as an accidental public channel between Poland and France.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
So one of those two forgot to private it, and then it just transitions into it at some point.
I think
Yeah,
that it
until
starts with
Model Yuan.
a Dutch and English like host. Like they I don't know, it's like a colonial conspiracy to sort of like pretend that they're all friends and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Get our guard down, and then we take it into our own hands. Starting in year 3 at least.
Yeah, we say we take it into our own hands, but really it feels like it's just like me and East Asia, like because me and the Chinas were both like so involved in it. It really did feel like it was just a huge just part of our press and a part of becoming allies, not to spoil the game or anything, but
So have you guys set up the quadruple at this point? The whole.
No, that doesn't
No,
come
Okay.
until
No,
way
the quad
later.
is later, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Honestly, I
quad is
think the
definitely
most
later.
press that I have with Safavids is, if not last year, then this year. I think I just sort of ask how they're doing, and then I send I actually like offer like, hey, I think with your units where they are, like these would be the best tactics to sort of get rid of Portugal from here. And I think that turn goes maybe you had come to this conclusion already on your own, but those
I had.
moves you end up doing were exactly what I had seen too. So just
Yeah.
I'll keep
not
us.
feeding you.
I don't think builds here
Is
are
this-
too exciting. This is the builds at the end of year 2. The only
I'll
thing that.
zoom in.
Oh,
Zoom
yes.
on my builds.
Yes.
Yes.
Fleet Caspian
Oh
Sea.
no! Yes.
Fleet Caspian Sea. I was fully fucking willing to. I did not like the Russians, but I was like, I can work with you. If you give me like good shit, and they didn't really give me good shit, so I didn't work with them. But this was the nail in the coffin. As soon as I built Fleet Caspian Sea, they were just like, I'm never talking to you again until you deliberately give me one of your SCs and go negative in a year so it can disband.
Wow. It's not even that threatening to. I don't know. I thought it was. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
like it is. I play it as, and I fully pitched it as to them, entirely defensive.
Agreed.
Like
Yeah.
it's keeping all of my centers. It's maybe taking Astragon, but like you're dying anyway. It's good position for me. I won't go any further, I promise. And they were just like so fucking mad at me. So it was just like, okay, you're dead now. Like
Yeah.
that was the turn. That was like I was kind of stalling out. I was thinking like, maybe I go anti-Ottomans first instead. But like I just was so annoyed by how they took this build. Because like Caspian Sea, also there was a lot of discussion of the build into Caspian Sea. I think like some of the people who were like very anti-colonial, because I think the anti-colonial league didn't have Russia or the Ottomans in it, which is fair enough. They're like essentially a middle ground between regionals and colonials. They're like colonials but focused in a space, and I think it was what's their name before Australia? I always forget.
Oh,
Mapuche.
Mapuche
Mhm.
was like, Safavid, you absolute madman, just like with this build, and there was a lot of discussion in the main server. And like, I think Caspian Sea is a really good build. Like, I got use out of it later game as a convoy thing, even. Like, it's just a nice position to have that can fast track you into Central Asia, into like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of talk about it just because it's a unit that can't go anywhere after it's in there. You have so many units in this game. Is it really that bad to have one that's just like a highway and a defense? I don't really think so.
Yeah, that's
and
a good point.
it really helped me just in support holding stuff for a very, very long time. Like, I like the Caspian Sea build as Iran. I think I would like it as Russia as well, especially because you just have more free units. But this Russia was very insistent to me that they were never going to build Fleet Caspian Sea. Why the hell would you do that? And it's just like, it's a good unit. L for you. It could have done well against me, and it could have gotten into my fucking capital.
And if you're the first one to build it, then you have to it's a game of poker where it's like, okay, then someone has to build 2 fleets in Caspian Sea to get rid of it. Otherwise it can just sit there forever and do, like you said, support convoy. So I agree. Like, I looked at it from afar and I was like, oh, that kind of sucks. It's stuck there forever. But it's good to hear that it actually worked out.
Yeah. Also, Caspian Sea looks like a dog.
Okay, on its side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With its little paw up. And I really like that.
The only thing for me here is another fleet in Mecca, which clearly the Ottomans were, and this slows me down a lot, but I'm very committed to the ARC and doing stuff here. Anyone else got anything on builds, or can we go to spring? Spring it is.
I'm good to go to spring.
Yeah. Nothing. Oh no, I do have an exciting move here, but go ahead. I'll start with Congo.
Yeah. So I lose a very, very bad guess with Lopez Bay. I could either guess they go to Soyo, Sao Tome. They're either going to Soyo or Sao Tome, so I'm like, they're going to one of those two. I could just gamble that they won't support themselves into Guinea Rise. They support themselves into Guinea Rise. Molly and I thought that Gold Coast was going to be support holding Cormantin. So that's what that move is for. I end up walking into Cormantin. Everything else is pretty standard. I'm pretty sure I snitch on Molly's moves here to the Netherlands.
Just to
I
slow them
believe I
down?
snitch. Yeah, I believe I snitched so that they're going to try and take Aja with Gurma. So I tell them to use Oyo to tap Great Ardra instead of wasting it on like bouncing me and Nuri, because that's an impossible move.
Yeah, and that was just to slow Molly down from growing and keep it a little more balanced.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Get into Barotes, but Portugal and I do this weird sort of conga with Benguela and Matamba and Kalahari, and it's just a nightmare. It's a whole lot of bad. My position doesn't look great. Well, desperately need the Colonial stab to happen against the Dutch real quick.
Yeah, and I remember just bitching to you nonstop about Adrian. I think both of us had problems with their communication at this point. They were just not responding. We have 48 hours for a move, and they just weren't responding in a timely manner. And that was the first time I really thought about just not the 4 power spread out in all cardinal directions was not going to work, because they just weren't doing or responding with what we needed, and did a useless support here when I really needed to support a Red Sea. And this actually is huge for you and me, Safavid. I think I mentioned this is like the last time I tried to get an army into Arabia, and I thought, and I'm on vacation, I'm like sitting in the hotel at 9 o'clock at night. I break out the laptop to try to figure out this move set and have it all planned out. And when they don't respond for 36 hours on that support and miss it, that's the start of the beginning of like, okay, I don't really care for them as an ally. I'm not loyal to them anymore. So
yeah, which was when I was like, I had been playing both of you and talking to both of you, but like I was really leaning towards you already because I found Ajuran frustrating. And so, my moves go well. I like don't get any further, but like the wars continue. And I can call Devant, which is incredibly fucking funny, because why the hell did Ottomans allow me to do this? Like, I told them like, hey, I don't really have anything else to do. I want to cut Cordoban. You can stop me from doing that if you want. Or you can like tell me not to. They were just like, yeah, that's fine.
Wow.
And like, dude, what the hell? Like, obviously, I'm not gonna say you shouldn't do that. What the fuck are you doing? I'm going to stab you for that. like for once I get it. But like it's yeah, it's just yeah.
And that's so different from when we talk about Riyadh later on. Is like, no, that's a huge discussion, and they're just like, okay, that's okay.
Yeah. Like later in the game, we talk about like Riyadh and like what I can call there, and you're just like, yeah, no, not Riyadh, and that's completely valid, honestly. And it's a very big discussion. But my moves into Portugal, Arabia, like Arabia, just work out really nicely. I moved into Persian Gulf at some point. Yeah, Ottomans was very pliable this game. I fully expected the move into Persian Gulf to be like they were gonna full send it against me and I could get an excuse to just war them. But like they were just like, yeah, so long as you use it defensively and for convoys, which is what I was saying to them I would do, they were fine with it. So I just got to stick in Persian Gulf for fucking ever. And Cordoban, like I think Ottomans like saw my nice press and my discussion of things and the way I was pitching things and was like, yeah, we're allies. But like the thing with allies is you always have to consider the possibility of a stab and work to make sure that that's never the like correct decision. I'm also very happy with my position into Russia right now, just because I'm getting into Caspian Sea, I'm getting into Turkmenistan. I can break them next turn. And Meagles is doing everything I want him to. We're both moving away from each other. They're leaving Ustran to like possibly get dotted, which is very, very nice for me because I don't actually want to dot it. But I'm glad they trust me that much. Because it allows me to just fully do what I wanted to do, which was take down the big uns. Yeah, and I'll pass it over to East Asia now because I have some thoughts on here, but I think it's more Ming's territory.
So now you're actually putting in moves that you meant to put in. How's that going?
In my case,
yeah.
So we end up cleaning up Turfan up in the northwest, and I do my part to sort of just disrupt any sort of attempt to hold there. We're at this point we're not sure if Mughals is going to follow through on certain moves, so I'm like kind of doubling up our duties there. I offer that I could tap Krasnoyarsk, which has its utility, but I think they said just them getting out of Yakutsk and that far north is also kind of useful for the Qing. So I'm just like, okay, I'll just concede to your tactics over here. I think the situation down there with the Dutch it's just kind of showing how hard it is to make any progress here. I think there's a little bit of miscommunication between the Spanish and the Dutch there because that Spanish fleet was holding the whole position together and it just sort of just leaves to go to the North Pacific Ocean. Everything else is holding pretty strong, and I in building Fleet Nanjing, I knew it was always going to go down to Hokkien to try and get around and get another angle on this Formosa blockade that we've got going on. Everything else is just sort of like slow improving moves, kind of like preceding what's to come. Yeah, really the fall is where things like pick up. I remember I move up to Uyghuristan, which does not help Mughals' paranoia of me, but it's just like we don't want the Russian unit slipping out and away. We want it gone, just completely disbanded. So
let's switch over to your fall then. Just start with you so you can follow up on it.
We end up completely breaking through. So this is the payoff. This is the payoff of kind of everything. It first just Bamo supports Kunming into Ava instead of leaving Bamo so that Ayutthaya can have the center. At the very beginning, I pitched to Ayutthaya that they could be my fleets in this area, and it's the same exact deal I pitched to Toku. Ultimately, I liked the Toku Qing alliance structure more, and it was just a matter of like I could see myself going with Ayutthaya as a backup if the Asian triple failed, but it held strong. So we're just gonna leave it at that.
It was definitely after you did the miss orders that we started getting manual adjudication. Because as you saw, like some curvy arrows last time, and just so Foggy is doing hand-drawn adjudication, and the reason I notice is that Devant is half chord, which didn't have a visual on the bot at this point.
Oh yeah.
Also, the red field arrows.
So important.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, love the red.
Yeah, that was
And then the other payoff, I think, is that just like it. I know that everyone was trying to pitch that the Portuguese and the Spanish should stab the Dutch. Maybe the Portuguese or Spanish should do it individually. I remember just like in my conversations with Spain and just asking about their board state, how, I don't really see a world where I'm the one that's fighting him in the Philippines. I sort of see my expansion in like this littoral, like along the coast of Southeast Asia, not really into the islands, which is funny how it ends up working out. But I'm like, you got to deal with Japan, not me, which actually kind of works to like build a rapport. And so Spain just tells me straight up that they're considering stabbing the Dutch, but they can't really do that since they have a sort of arrangement with Portugal and the Dutch together. And so I'm like, if I could sort of feel out Portugal for you and figure out if they're willing to stab,
oh my
would you
god,
follow through on
you
it?
were part of the cause.
So I shit you not, there I see this Portuguese and Spanish press, and I see that it doesn't actually start until like September 25th, which is around this time, and it's
They're
like
not talking.
they aren't talking individually.
They're both what?
Or no, they are talking individually, but they don't
Their
talk about
capitals are
stabbing the
next to
Dutch.
each other.
Okay.
They talk, and I think the opening message for like the stab of the Dutch was, so I hear, this is Portugal to Spain, so I hear you're trying to maybe stab Dutch. And that was me. I told the Portuguese in no uncertain terms that the Spanish want to sort of get the Dutch out of their alliance. And it works. They end up following through over those next couple days, and that sort of pans out in this phase. And that has massive consequences for the whole world. I just see it as like a finally Formosa has fallen.
We'll get to the rest of their stab later.
Yeah, and Ayutthaya, I don't think they even realized how bad it truly was. I was so shocked that the army and Phan Rang left. I was just trying to like cover Hanoi for like potentially a bounce. I don't realize they're about to ship it off to Formosa as like an exile. That makes what's like everything about to come afterwards so much worse. I think I'm vacating Hainan in time to just I forget about like retreats. I'm thinking I could build there come the winter, but yeah. Nothing else to report.
No, that's very good. A very good succinct summary. That was crazy.
Oh yeah, this is the turn I stab Ottomans
on an NMR.
Oh yeah, the Ottoman NMR.
And I was about to say, I was like, we were fully in discussions, and we were talking, and like, I was just like, thinking, I want to follow through up the core, I want to convoy into them, and I was so fucking mad when I saw this NMR, because I was just like, I can't get into them as quickly as other people can get into them. I'm fucked. Like, I was hoping that they could, slow down the West, but I genuinely do have alarm bells ringing in my head, and like, oh fuck, Spain is actually going to dominate here. So I'm so annoyed by this NMR. But I'm also just like, yay, free Baghdad. I genuinely didn't think I would get Baghdad. I just went for it for the meme. But I get Baghdad, and I get Devant Cord, and I support myself into Astrakhan. I'm also annoyed because I would have gotten the other support into Astrakhan, and I would have gotten into Astrakhan if they hadn't bloody NMR'd. Like, I could have gotten even better. But I get into Kazakh, and that is very, very nice. Overall, my moves this turn feel really, really nice, and especially with talks with you, I'm just like, yeah, we can do something here. We can definitely do something here.
I think I
and
was
I'm
really
already thinking
pushing
about
for
it.
that Baghdad move, and that was like maybe the meanest I was. Is I was like, okay, so you're actually going to side with you. I mean, you played the middle so well that
Mhm.
because I saw you guys cooperating in the south of
Yes.
Arabia, and I was,
Mm.
and you were so non-committal that I'm like, okay, so you're on side. Just tell me. That's okay. But
Yeah.
now I know that you were not, and I had the
Yeah.
exact same feeling about the NMR. Is like, thank God I broke through this stalemate. Anyone playing this game, Cairo Red Sea is a great point of split. But I had the same idea.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh no, Spain's going to push really hard in the Med, and I even think with the Ottomans slowly collapsing several times, I was like, hey, I will support you against Spain. I will prop you up. Just give up Arabia. And we'll see. That's not what they did. But yes, finally to break through this was really nice.
Yeah, it was genuinely so funny every time you were like, just tell me if you're on side, that's fine. Because I was like, how do I explain that I'm not on side? I'm playing them like the two big colonials, the big regionals off of each other. Like
Yeah.
you know.
That's fair. No, it was, I mean, I couldn't tell. I really couldn't.
Mm.
Um
Well, I'm glad.
Yep. I think that's pretty good for us. Just an interest of keeping moving. Congo, anything exciting on your side?
Africa.
Yes.
This is a big turn. As
Okay.
alluded to earlier, the Portuguese stab.
Mm.
So I'm continuing to snitch on Mali to keep them from not growing. So I get into Oyo, they do not get into Aha or Aja. The Netherlands sneak into Gulf of Guinea. I tell them, hey, get out of Soyo, you could take Sao Tome. Obviously, we don't have a whole lot of trust, so they keep it in Soyo, but me sticking to my word and going for this Lopez Bay Kinshasa attack rebuilds some of that trust. They tell me that that Portugal is definitely going to be trying to snipe Impemba, so I'm able to do that move. Benguela lost cause, so that doesn't really matter. They were going to get one of Benguela or Barotes this phase. It was just a matter of which one it was. Luckily for me, it was Benguela, because if it was the other one, it would have been really bad. But if we zoom out for the rest of the map,
Sure.
South America especially,
Mhm.
We need to highlight just how bad the stab against the Dutch was. So Spain takes Caracas in the north of South America. They support Aymara into Amazon. Portugal snipes Mauritsstad. They snipe Cape Co. And they snipe a center in Indonesia.
Wow. And that's all part of from like them moving fleets over here. And if they just stayed in South America, a lot of this could have been avoided later on. Wow.
Yeah, so they currently have 5 fleets in like this tiny little corner in Africa. Or like 5 units. They have the 2 armies that are slowly dying, and then the 3 fleets that they've transferred over here. And those fleets would have been really useful if they were in South America.
Wow.
Don't invest in dying colonies.
And really good job.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you had worked, even after stabbing the Netherlands, still coordinated with them so much on keeping Mali manageable, which I think was really useful. And then also, yeah, that was, and them telling you about Portugal, I had no idea that was going on. That's nice.
Yeah, because them telling me that Portugal's going to snipe is the difference between me covering that center or fully supporting into Soyo.
Yeah. Very cool.
So yeah.
Oh, and then you're starting to core Mandara, which I think I say in my solo commentary. I'm just like, I had no idea this was important at this point of the game.
The Mandara core is specifically anti-Mali. No one really realizes it at the time in the African regionals. Like, it's just a free army. It doesn't need to go into Nuri right away to backfill. So
yeah,
I just sneakily get a core, and a really important one at that.
I want to point out with this game about cores, like you and I were able to play off some cores as just like, yeah, they're peaceful, they can't do anything else. But fucking Ching. If we pan up to Ching, I'm not sure if they're doing stuff this turn.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, Ching has this obsession this entire game, which pays off for them incredibly well, of coring fucking everything. And it's awesome. like genuinely, I'm so jealous of like Qing's cause, like multiple times. They're being able to build everywhere because they just have this thing of like expand, have a backline that cause, expand, have a backline that cause, you know. Like it's a really fun play style. And it's definitely something that if I was one of their neighbors, I would find incredibly threatening. But because you three, at this point, unbeknownst to me, have this like insane coordination, it just works out really well for them. Even if it's a bit slower than I probably would like, you know?
And the thing is that I think Qing stalls out the earliest of our alliance, but there's like even I don't know if it's like Tokugawa thinking this, but I always think this. It's like if I was the Qing and I was getting attacked and my cores were like my core centers, I mean everything you have is a core. But like if your home centers were under threat, I would actually just let all my stuff on the front line get dislodged, just force disband it like on the retreat phase, and have that built back in my homeland to just stall out whatever offensive is being made there. And that always like I don't know if Evie would have thought the same thing. I have a feeling Artmia would have at least the takeover from Evie, but the just for that reason alone, like it's loyalty is a lot of this, but then just like everyone's kind of doing their own thing to like make it unappealing for the other guys, which works out really well.
Yeah.
This Ching's coring and my like encouragement of like, please get your units as far away from the Chinese coast as possible. I appreciate that.
I think coring is probably my favorite mechanic added from the base game of just the diplomacy involved around it, the balance between momentum and then also being able to build behind is really interesting. So I'll keep us going.
It's genuinely such a nice mechanic.
Yes. Retreats.
I vaguely mentioned this earlier. The stab between the colonials was when I was really talking to Portugal and being like, "Hey, just leave Arabia." You know, I'm like telling them these streams of southern India all theirs. I'm telling England and Dutch to stab Portugal so South India can be all theirs. And it's literally all just a play for Mughals to get bigger.
Which is funny because I remember when I finally looked over there, it was all England. So I'm sure we'll see how that happened.
Yeah.
The colonials do like split off from here, though, for sure. It becomes Portugal, Spain versus England, Netherlands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
France is like leaning towards the English Dutch side, but like Madagascar is kind of just sitting there as like 4 SEs being really passive. The English and French are obsessed with swapping SEs between the Caribbean and North America. Just a nightmare. And Shoshone is dying.
Yes, unfortunate for Shoshone.
That kind of is the catchphrase of A2C.
Yeah, swapping off.
Swapping SEs between the colonials.
Yeah. This was a bad. I don't know how you felt about this, Safavid. I'm sorry, just seeing all the X's. I really pitched Ottomans get out of Arabia. You can't hold it, and actually fight in the Med. And they did the exact opposite.
Yeah, fucking same. Like hard same. I was feeling so many alarm bells with Spain at this point. Like to them, I was discussing the board state and being like, "Yo, you're doing amazingly. The dream I pitched to you of the Med all yours is coming true." But they're just like, I'm so mad, honestly.
I don't know how it makes sense. I'd love to hear. Maybe their void has something. I know they sub out or no. This is the new player, correct? Ottoman subbed up. Yeah.
I do think. I was talking to the new player, kind of giving them hopes of like making peace, but the peace included you leaving Arabia, and they just didn't.
Yep. Same thing here.
Also, I don't think I ever would have. There's a point in this game where I force my way into. Well, you'll see. Actually, I'll keep that. I'll keep that on the back burner. But other than that, my builds are all pretty self-explanatory, pretty nice. I just am so mad about the Ottoman disbands.
Same.
Mm.
You get rid of a Netherlands fleet here. Are they finally realizing, or did they talk to you about this? To switch out Santomi and Soya?
Yes,
Yeah.
so Soyo is an agreed disband.
Okay. That's good.
And I build in the only places that I can.
Wow. Yep, that's true. I'm going to keep us moving forward. I don't have anything interesting here for me. It was all tactics and starting to get scared about Safavid moving in. We'll start with Congo and just work our way back across the board. Yep.
Yeah. This phase is important for me. I get the Netherlands to move Aja into Nazi. So that I can set up a stab on Mali next phase.
Oh, is this when it's about to happen?
Yes, this is the
Okay.
phase that happens.
Okay.
South Home is agreed upon. I was secretly hoping that they wouldn't take it in the spring so I could bounce in the fall, but can't win them all. Luongo is moving north, which is like the first alarm bell that something is happening, because I'm moving it north when I have a lot of problems in the south right now. Soyo is not currently one of my SCs. Like, the alarm bell should have been ringing.
No, you can see how dumb I am. I'm just holding here instead of coring while you're
Yeah.
finishing a core. I did not realize.
Yeah, also starting the core in fall so that I could finish the second core in spring and then walk out in the fall phase to rebuild behind.
That was something I don't know about the others, but I learned about halfway through the game. Just coring it's a particular art on, especially the fall spring core is so much nicer than the spring fall core. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Portugal.
I have to learn to get good at that when I start coming into the Indian Ocean, and I'm like, Hainan's not really that great of a port for what I'm trying to do. I kind of need
To go
others.
Yeah, I'm still trying to talk to Portugal to because I'm working with the Dutch, but do I really want to be I'm promising the Netherlands oh yeah, I'll help you reclaim South America or South Africa and stuff, but do I really want to invest my time into helping the Dutch in South Africa? Not really. So I'm trying to talk to Portugal. If I knew that I could support Benguela into Kalahari to disband that unit, I would have. Just another unit out of the way, but it's whatever.
Yeah. I do want to talk about this phase too. I'm coring Baghdad because why the fuck not? It's fun. But most importantly, this phase, if you zoom in on my units, this is the most important phase in the game for me because I get gun camels.
Oh, there's a gun. Oh gosh.
Yeah. So there's this thing that the Safavid Empire did that I find fucking fascinating, is that they put cannons and guns on camels. They mounted them on camels for war. And I was like, that's hilarious. I'm making that my unit icon.
And I think that's the first unit icon of this of Foggy's.
Yeah, I believe
it is.
Yeah, I believe so. Foggy was like, if any of you want custom unit icons, now I'm doing manual adjudication, I can. And I was like, let me look into this. Fucking gun camels? Hell yeah. I was really looking into Safavid history, especially early on, just to do some fun stuff. I'm also talking to Ching and Ming a lot at this point, about just board state and about our feelings on the game, and kind of subtly trying to nudge them into stabbing each other, which doesn't happen ever, but but it's really important that I'm kind of talking to both of them at this point a fair bit, just because we're close enough to each other that we will eventually have a relationship, but we're far away enough from each other, especially early on, because these discussions were happening early on. It's just now this time I've thought to mention it. Is that the discussions with them, both of them, are absolutely lovely and just really nice to talk the game about with. Yep, that's how I want to speak. I also get Ottomans on side enough to support me into Astrakhan from Kazakh, because I feel like Kazakh is probably probably falling here. You know, like I could tap, I could keep it, but I want Ostrakhan more. You know? So I go Kazakh to Ostrakhan, and I go Turkmenistan to Khiva, and I feel really good about it. I also let Meagles back into this gen. That was arranged. But they're also moving further away from Ming, so we'll see how that goes. And I go into Swinek and Van because, like, secretly I'm extremely fucking mad about the stuff. I'm also moving into Riata with an army specifically because I was talking to you, Abyssinia, about cutting Ichiran out at this point.
Yep.
And just I thought Army Riata can support you into a lot of places. I didn't actually want to go further than Riata in Arabia. I think this might be the turn. I don't think this is the turn, but I do think we discuss Mecca at some point, and we do a whole kind of LARPy thing about giving up the holy city to a Christian nation to promote like diversity of faiths and like you know, like, yeah, just friendship between our great empires.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing. It's really nice. Honestly, it's very fun.
That was fun because up till now, I'd kind of been talking to you about several things, but this is when our diplomacy really kicked off, and I just, for some reason, pegged you as a LARP person, and so we were in character for a couple of phases pretty hard, and then we finally got a little more personal. But I think this is the first time I'm really talking to you because I'm like, okay, my dream of getting armies in Saudi Arabia is definitely dead. And that happens in several other places where I never quite get to where I really wanted to be, but it was okay. And yeah, this is the start of like us actually working together. Like... Yeah. But yeah, I was definitely setting up to kind of, I definitely wanted the Red Sea adjacent provinces, SCs, and you were way more receptive than Ajuran, so that seemed the way to go about it.
Yeah, because it's such a good basin for you, and like, how the hell am I gonna break into it? I can't do that. Let's just be friends, you know? Yeah. Let's just be friends and make sure there's no other armies in Arabia than mine. Yep. And I'm happy, you know? Exactly.
Ming, I don't want to cut you out of this. Anything for here that it looks like you're moving very hard against Ayatho at this point.
Yeah, at this point, I think this is the most like clean invasion I could have predicted. I knew they were gonna try and cover like a home center, like kind of arbitrarily, but there's not much they could really do. The entire time I'm telling them that like I think you know how bad the situation is in your home centers. I really do think you're better served trying to just take some centers from the colonials, sort of just like push into the Dutch, who is now like ally-less, and get as much as you can from them, and just hug the coasts against me. And that's, you know, I feel like I'm getting served well enough by that to where I'm getting the plurality of centers there. And then I guess like a free hand to go against Mughals. Unconsciously, I'm kind of thinking that even now, I think it was like this phase or maybe the next phase where I realized that instead of like surviving, we really are in the Asian Triple just trying to like get towards impunity eventually, which wasn't something I was really thinking about before.
Yeah, which I as an impunity alliance, I don't think I would ever have taken it as like Qing, because like, how the hell do you get the Eastern Trip? I know you drew lines, but it's so reliant on like the Americas and Europe not stalemating that like it's like, and not consolidating with other powers. Like, I do think there is a way where, given like 20 more years, this game could have gotten to an Eastern Triple impunity, but it's just from the outside looking in, it looked so impossible this entire time, especially with some stuff that happened later on.
We'll get there for sure.
Yeah.
I think in principle, like it's funny how these like two things happen parallel, because I remember those conversations with you. I remember that like leaving with a very strong, good impression. Though I didn't even notice that you were trying to like sort of play with the tension. I thought I was actually selling the tension that wasn't there, like really well. I'm like, yeah, like things are really tense. I mean, I don't have that many armies up there, and I'm just gonna hope they keep going in the Russia direction, and I feel like that worked. And at the same time, I am talking within the triple at this point, because it looks like me and Ching are having success, and now Toku is gonna need to pick up some centers in order to continue to do well in the Pacific. And so at that point, when we're starting to like sort of sell Toku our centers that they didn't have to fight for, and then just accept that we're gonna be like really on the offensive and fighting the harder battles westward, we end up drawing the lines. And we realize we don't even have to leave Asia in order for all of us to get impunity. It just means that we do have to fight Safavids, which we then end up forgetting conveniently that we need to fight you, and then eventually integrating you into the alliance.
Yeah, it's very, very funny. I don't know how the hell you thought you could pull off an Asian quadruple. But it was surprisingly good for a good few years there.
I think you're both right though. Given 20 more years of this game, there could have been a quadruple or a triple. I mean, I think with enough time, it could have worn down. But boy, that was that would be 8 months of my life I would definitely want back.
Yeah, for sure. Like, when we get to the end of the game, we can talk about our thoughts on how it could have continued, because I do think it would be interesting, but like,
I'll try to get us there. I want to be respectful of time. We're about almost halfway through, but we're not halfway through the game. I know the mid game is a little, at least for our side, a little calmer. So we'll try to push through that area. But this is Kongo's big stab, so I want to turn it over to him.
This is coincidentally during the same phase we all decided to go to Moscow.
Yes, the Moscow move.
Oh my god, yes.
Which I had a spare unit. I just didn't know I had a spare unit because Portugal doesn't tell us things.
Yeah.
So I think I'm supporting them into Benguela to blow up an army in Kalahari, but that doesn't happen.
Oh, right, yeah.
Everyone watching this video, please, we can't really cover it as much as I would like to just for time's sake, but please go check out the World Friendship Forum channel in the A2C Discord server. It is wild, and it is what caused this like vortex onto Moscow.
Yeah. Even I, who was not as much role play, I was like, oh yeah, whatever, they're doing this thing. Even I send a unit because I'm like, well, I want to vote, so I better send a unit.
Giving up a neutral dot, by the way. Orsongali is a free dot.
Oh, the last neutral dot on the board, and another just.
It's the last neutral dot in all of A2.
Yes. Oh my gosh, really? And it was just me and Arjuran just not being on the same page, but that will collapse quickly, and it starts right here.
Yeah, we'll start with the south because the south is a little bit easier. Benguela, Soyo, both guaranteed easy dots. Not much to talk about there. In the north, I'll talk about the north first, stabbing Mali, because I knew I was going to be stabbing Mali this turn. I was able to convince Abyssinia to take Kanem. I don't remember if we agreed to a bounce between Mandara and Darfur or not. Or just I convinced you to just take it?
No, Molly wanted us to bounce on Kanem, and Kanem for a couple of years now has been promised to me because I've been over here helping Molly with the agreement that I would eventually, and they kept putting it off and putting it off. So when you said...
So I think I finally convinced it, just take it.
Yes, you were like, let's just chalk it up to a mistake and you take it. I was like, well, good, I want it. It's been a while. Yeah.
And then I just fully stab Molly.
Yep.
We have an agreement where I'll walk into Great Ardra, they'll take Aja and Cormentin and Guillamon, but I bounce them out of Guillamon. I don't support them from Aja into Cormentin, which means that Great Ardra bounces the unit in Aja, and then I support myself into Great Ardra. And that can only go one way, and that's to not say. So a pretty brutal stab on Mali, all things considered. I only have like a 1-unit advantage over them at this point, but after this phase, I think I go up to 13v10 on Mali. So striking at just the right time.
My big question is, when the four of us have vaguely been working together decently well. When you stab both of them, what do you think I'm gonna do?
Gotta say, so first I was only gonna stab Mali at first initially, and then I eventually realized if I stab Mali this phase and then stab Audron the next phase, by stabbing Mali, Audron is going to be aware that I am a stabber.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of waiting an extra phase for that one to happen, I just walk into Burundi this phase.
Okay, so it was kind of like a half stab, just like I need a dot, and you might as well, yeah.
Not even like a half stab. It's a dot, obviously, but like if I'm committing to stabbing both of them, I need to do it both at the same time. Otherwise, Audron will be more prepared to counter a possible stab.
Yep.
Plus, I knew what all of like Audron and Mali's units were doing, so why not take advantage of all of that?
Nice. And I mean, most of my units are far away at this, or some of my units are far away at this point. So it was quite the shock.
Yeah, I'm finally talking to Portugal as well. So the Portuguese unit that slips into Masi, I ask them to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't help them at all. It's just a distraction unit, really. It's why the miscommunication in Benguela happens as well. Because I'm talking with them, I think that this is happening, but they just support into Angola Basin for some reason. During like this whole week, basically, of phases, the spring phase and the fall phase, I'm sort of gauging how Abyssinia is going to react. Like, do I tell them that I'm going to be doing the stab? Do I not? Ultimately, I decide I'm not going to tell because it's primarily against Mali. If it was only against Ajuran, I probably would have said something because at this point we're both kind of frustrated with Ajuran and their slow communication. But because it was primarily against Mali, I decided to do it now, spin it in a way that benefits both of us later. And it works out for me.
Yeah. And I'm glad you didn't, because it just would have, given me more sleepless nights on who should I... I liked having to deal with it after the fact than before the fact.
Yeah. The last message in the African regional chat is you pinging me going, care to explain yourself.
I love that that's the last message. Just like, guys, what's going on?
Complete radio silence afterwards. It's just, what happened here?
Yeah. So this is the start of, for the Asia powers, the start of the Congo Abbey alliance.
And I know Ming notices this because I scrolled through press.
It takes like a year though. Like,
truthfully, I don't know how much that mattered to us at the time, but I think I was kind of on my ball. Like I was on the game, like trying to figure out what alliances were forming elsewhere and like what we have to think about in the long term. If we're seeing like Ajuran still on the board, I mean, like we couldn't have known that was going to affect us in the Indian Ocean as badly as it was, but realistically, like everything that happens from this point on through the mid game is kind of natural for the force composition in Ajuran, like how divided the rest of the Indian Ocean is, at least as it pertains to like our shared theater.
Yeah.
And to be fair to Congo, like I don't really fully get on side for another year because I realize I'm out of position, and I kind of side with both of them for 2 more phases, and then I fully commit to you when I feel like, that's the way to go. But
like even with the next couple phases, I'm like a 75% sure that you're on my side because of how much of Mali's moves you're leaking.
Yes, that's true. Yep, I was. I didn't want Mali to get big either, so even if I was gonna eventually side with them, I wasn't looking to help them too much.
You were balanced of powering it, essentially.
Yeah. So for
weighing the options.
For Safavid, the only thing of interest for you might be like once the Ottomans do give up the Meds so much, I work out a deal with Spain to keep Ganymedes, and then they can have the coastal provinces here.
Yeah, no, I am very, very happy with what happened between you two. It was fully your fault. I wasn't really talking to Spain at this point. So yeah, very, very thankful with that. I did not realize I got my fleet cosmetics this early. I also like my fleet cosmetics.
Yes, let's
I
focus on that.
specifically chose the Safavid dynasty didn't really have a navy. We just know that they borrowed some their fleets and their boats from their allies. So I picked a boat design that the Mughals had. And it was like, let's be great allies, let's be boat buddies. And they didn't put the unit cosmetic on right away. I think they do in a little bit. But yeah, that's a fun little thing. Other than that, my moves are all just pretty self-explanatory at this point, honestly. It's just going well. And I'm feeling really good about it.
Good. Short and succinct. Love it. Anything on you, Ming, for the fall?
I think seeing the orders that I'm putting in here, I remember seeing last phase where I had Bamo. I had these units arrayed against Bengal. Had I known how hard it would be to break through and how kind of limited Ayutthaya is in terms of response, I don't know if I think that I can get through the gap. I think I can get through the gap at Kunming at this point, but that's not really true, is it? I think it would have been better in hindsight to commit to a war with Mughals, because there's no counterplay on the Ayutthayan's part except along the coast, and a lot of the centers I will end up getting regardless. Yeah, I think just like me being really, at this point I was just out of character, like just really friendly with Mughals, and so I was kind of hesitating to pull the trigger. I didn't, have my story about the bunny farm prepared yet. So, yeah.
That's what good press sometimes can do, is you don't even think about. So you're regarding not like moving more west quicker, I guess is the idea?
Yeah, I think there was like last phase where they're using Gondwana to support the movement south, like in a move set I'm suggesting to them, so I know it's coming, and instead of using that to my advantage, I end up sending them the press at the end of the phase, and I'm like, awesome! I'm glad at how much progress you're making, because between having good relations with him and sort of living a successful Mughal game that I thought was impossible through him, I kept that going for a bit longer than I maybe should have.
Mughals could have had a really good turn here if they realized that Portugal and England were fighting, I think. Because I'm looking at India, and they could have, they tap Cardinal thinking that they need to protect Hyderabad, but Cardinal just moves against Portugal and into Udni, so Mughals just walks out of an SC here.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. And
if they walk into the English home SC and then backfill with Gondwana, they go +4 out of this area alone.
Well, actually, I hear from Mughals a slightly different version of this, that Mughals is working with England here, and walking out of Raja was kind of arranged because they needed to leverage England against Portugal, and they didn't want the two colonials uniting again. I think that's a little bit overkill, but
yeah, I think I would have just killed England here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
especially with how bad England ends up becoming.
Yeah.
They end up being actually pretty loyal, but they eventually see the writing on the wall, and it's like, if you're not a wall,
long term, it doesn't work out for them.
No.
I'll keep us moving forward here. Still leaderboard, no one above 50%. So I don't think any alarm bells, at least for me, not yet. Anyone worried? Nope. No, I don't think so.
I am pitching to the European powers. Oh no, England and Sweden are so big, and also, I don't know. I'm not really talking about other Asgard.
Lots of people are really scared of England in this game, and I just never understood it.
Me either.
Yeah, I didn't understand it either, but it gave me an inroads to Europe, so I do not care.
Yeah.
I think at this point I remember that instead of fear mongering, I think the best move for us triple would be to just keep our heads down. Maybe with the people who are our immediate neighbors, make the best deals we can, that are fair, and just sort of present it as we're coming for your centers, Spain. So maybe we could do a thing where it's a phased withdrawal, and in our press they seemed open to it, but even within press between I think Spain and Portugal, there's a little bit of frustration there where they are going through with the phase withdrawal, but it's a begrudging, like, I can never earn enough centers off of killing the Dutch to have enough units here to sort of fight back against the Ming and Toku that are taking my SCs. So I guess I'm doing this. Whereas, like, in our press, it was like yeah, I'm going along with this. This is actually all to plan. That dynamic was interesting. And the idea behind the phase withdrawal is that we kill a few of their units. We don't take the SCs immediately. We leave them, and we've got away. We did that with Portugal to show Spain that we're capable of doing that. And then they can redeploy those units elsewhere, probably take SCs with them. That's like the best case. I think they did this to good effect in the Caribbean, but just redeploy, and then we'll get the SC, and we'll stay on good terms, and we'll continue to work together against common enemies. And that ended up working fine. It was slower growth, but it was not a war, so it wasn't like up in the air whether or not we would succeed in Indonesia here. It helped that the Dutch are particularly vengeful, at least in my press. I'm sure the same was true for Spain's. Just not at all like good at losing, taking the L, and trying to like claw back something. It was very much you made me lose everything. I'm making myself lose everything, but I'm gonna make you pay for you're wrong against me.
As someone that felt the wrath of the Dutch, I can confirm.
Yeah. I know everyone has their like personal pet peeves of players. It's very much like I understand how that feels. It's not like a super serious thing, but like the Dutch to me was my version of like I just completely gelled me the wrong way. Everybody else I could get along with a little bit, even like Inuit, even my direct enemies like Ayutthaya and Tokugawa to a lesser extent. I think that, I don't know, personal behavior outside of the context of this conversation. We can talk about that later, but yeah.
Yep. It looks like you're moving. You finally decided on like we're gonna go for the Mongols here? Is that all?
Yeah, this is my sprint to the line, and I see that like if they want to, they can turn around instantly, and I'm just a little bit disappointed that that fleet in Bay of Bengal is where it is. I arrange with Ayutthaya in like sort of presenting things in like a more, we can continue to cooperate in a limited fashion here, that they can go into Pegu to keep their fleets on the board to stop Dutch progress, knowing damn well I can take Pegu at any time I want. And I'm just like, I need the fleets in the area to clear out enough to where I can core it, so I can build my own fleets there. So until then, let Ayutthaya make the progress here rather than me get congested by Colonial, Dutch, and English, because at this point, those are the only colonials cooperating left in the region, is the Dutch and English. So,
Safavid, anything exciting here besides getting Ottomans to?
Well, it's this turn is exciting for me simply because like my moves are pretty self-explanatory, but I'm finally doing the expansion I really wanted to do. I'm pitching to Ottomans that they can just become like a Turkish Balkan regional, and I'll stay out of Taurus and Anatolia. I'm, settling Arabia a fair bit, and you'll see we can discuss that as time goes on. But I dislodge, go into Gulf of Oman, and this is the turn that Ming and Qing both come to me, say, hey, we've been allied for like fucking forever, and all of our fights have been fake. And I go, wow, really? I think both of you are really cool. So could I get like I got brought into the Jade Capital group chat V2.
And that's how we presented it to you. I think that's how you perceived it. Internally, I think I remember just saying, I'm having really good press with the Safavids, and I think they might be really helpful in these future fights in Russia and India. Again, conveniently forgetting that part of our path to an impunity for us three was pushing enough westward to where we can sell Toku enough dots. I think at that point, Toku and Shing had gone on their American adventure, which was not part of the plan against Aymara, and just
not quite. It looks like.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're not there. We're not quite there yet, but they are filling the Pacific, which is to plan, admittedly. But they end up like shedding that defensive wall, which was supposed to stay a defensive wall for, well, unplanned aggressive action. Ironically, at the behest of a propaganda campaign by Congo, it seems.
We'll get to that turn in a bit. That's still a few years away.
But
nothing exciting for me except convincing Mali and Congo on both on side coring, so I can be a little closer. And then I do take Warsangali, and Audrin is kind of radio silent during this whole time with me. Thank you for tapping that core, by the way. And I'm pretty committed to moving against them, just from the lack of press. And there's a major stab just two phases ago, and I'm getting nothing from them. So, and that kind of plays into who I want to side with here. Is I'm pretty committed to taking some of this, but I'll go ahead and turn it over to Congo.
Yeah, in the south, coordinating with the Portuguese to get rid of that Dutch unit. The Dutch evacuate to Cape Cod, so that doesn't quite work out. But the Dutch unit is no longer in my area. The fleet in Sao Tome had gotten disbanded. That wasn't agreed upon, but very nice for me to see. Burundi's bouncing in Kismayo just to make sure that army in Zanzibar can't do anything useful. Mongo is going to take Banyoro. Because Ajuran is so radio silent, I know that I don't have to support Mongo in to make sure that Oromo doesn't bounce it out, which is really nice. It means that Burundi could keep Zanzibar locked in there for now. In the north against the Mali, I changed my orders so many times this phase, and I don't get a good result out of it. In my initial orders, I had a convoy go all the way to Mandan, and if I kept that order, it would have been really nice. Because it means I just get this coastal province just for free. And if I paid attention to my press with Abyssinia just a little bit closer, I could have also just walked into Gurma, because I knew that Mali was investing heavily to get rid of this Portuguese unit.
Yes.
But I don't, so I get a mediocre result out of it.
Yep. Yeah, I was leaking pretty hard here. It still wasn't committed, but at this point, I just felt like we were having a lot better dynamic. And Molly was great. I mean, would share pictures of moves, and honestly, a pretty great communicator. But I explained it in the solo video why I finally go with Congo and starting to make moves that way.
Yeah, we both had. I don't know if it's just like us naturally switching to a style of press, but our press styles end up being like incredibly similar. Like nice, like big long messages with the paragraphs broken up in between instead of like a message enter, message enter, message enter. It just makes it so much nicer to read.
That's how I prefer texting too. Is like just finish your thought before you hit enter. It's okay. Yeah. It won't hurt you.
Yeah,
but I also
like,
appreciated
tactics in Mali separate tactics against Ajuran separate other information that we're hearing around the board.
Yeah, and I also appreciated that you surprisingly never shared a picture or a diagram. Is that your communication was so clear, even when we had a ton of units, that it was all text based. And even I, like with Safavid and a few times, was like, I'm not writing all this out. I'm just gonna do a screenshot and show it. But your communication was clear enough that that never was an issue, which was pretty nice.
Yeah, I made sure to format like orders that I was suggesting in the way that you would like write it to submit the order in the first place. So that made it nice and concise to be able to read.
I also want to say that like every single move from here on out, the press in the Jade Capital, which is the four-way alliance between me, the Chinas, and Tokugawa, was every single move that any of us did for like 5+ years there was like said there beforehand and like fully discussed and like planned out together. It was it was treated as if it was our shared void. It was that wild.
Yes,
I read
which is
through
crazy.
that.
That
It
is
blew
how it
my
was
mind.
in the OG
It's
Asian
crazy to me.
Triple up until that point. I remember seeing the country spectators, their popcorn chamber. They had commented that Tokugawa sharing their moves, like not even the first phase was over and they were sharing moves. We were extremely trusting, and it's important. I think if you're going to commit to an alliance like this, might as well do that early. And so that way you have proof that it works when it's over neutral centers, and then just keep building on that same trust.
Yeah. Even though like in a couple years Abyssinia and I end up being like incredibly closely aligned, we never go that far.
Yeah,
We
the
keep
sharing
like
exact
tactics
moves.
into areas that like we aren't like coordinating in like completely separate. Like I don't think I ever share a move that I'm doing against like in my invasion of South America, for
No.
example.
No, we never talk about areas that aren't directly impacting each other. And when I see how much Safavid has like told about my press over there, I'm like, oh gosh, thank goodness. But also like Ming, when we finally, this is towards the end of the game, we finally agree that we're actually going to coordinate a little bit around INO. I immediately go to our personal channel. I'm like, I don't want any leaks. I'm going to talk tactics right here instead of doing it all together.
And you doing that without having us have like a previous like relationship like the Asian Triple, that immediately told me he's legit about working together.
Yeah,
But
yeah, we'll keep going forward here.
Yeah,
yes.
And like the you can keep going forward.
Yeah,
I just wanted to comment on the stuff with me leaking a lot is that my view of this game was that like I need to get myself other paths, but I need to let the Asian Triple is so good that I don't want alarm bells to be set off there. So I've got to make sure that any discussions I do that could possibly leak back to the Asian Triple are fully cleared and explained there. You know?
Oh, I thought you did great. I wasn't trying to throw shade. It was everything you leaked. Course, I was like, of course you would. Yeah, that, and I even saw a few nice things about me in there, so that was good.
I'm glad. But yeah.
The
only
we can start with B for this fall phase because it's basically just autopilot, making sure Portugal can't stab B, making sure Ajaran doesn't gain any ground, taking all the dots that are guaranteed, and then we organize the bounce in Mandara because Molly requests, hey, try and snipe it.
Yes, that is. I say, hey, Molly, I can't say no to Molly in this fall phase. I'm not looking to really stab them till the spring. I need you to bounce. And you're right. Our mid game gets pretty autopilot, just trying to get through this, but that's good. We give more time to.
The one thing I'll add on to this phase while we're here is South America. Aymara stabs the Colonials this phase.
Oh wow, you're paying attention to South America a lot more. Probably because that's where we wanted you to expand when it was the four of us. So you're paying attention more here than I am.
I have the map open right now, but I do remember seeing this, and especially seeing the leaderboard for the winter phase and going, oh. And then the year after seeing the leaderboard and going, oh.
Yeah, they are.
So we'll get to that in a bit. But
okay.
Just know Aymara has stabbed both Portugal and Spain.
Okay. Safavid, I'll let you talk about this and our discussion on Riyadh because I've already told my side.
Yeah. So Riyadh, I was talking about possibly coring Riyadh. We discussed it a lot. We fully cleared what places I will core instead, but you were pretty hard, just no, and I was like, yeah, that's completely valid. Genuinely, as much as I like having a good position, I prefer an ally who recognizes that what is good for them and goes for it, and explains it properly. So I was very, very happy with the discussions here. The thing we're doing here is we're wanting to eventually get, I believe, Muscat Cord. to build fleets, and we're wanting to get armies out of Arabia so that we can just have this, like, just a bunch of SCs that we can funnel the builds from elsewhere. And also, this is the turn I stab Mugles. I've talked a little about why with the Jade Capital group chat going on. But yeah, Mugles just came to me and went, "Fuck, I'm boned." And honestly, they played incredibly well. They did great. And they worked very, very, very hard on routing the Colonials. They just couldn't do it before the Jade Capital came to me with an insane deal that I don't think they should have come to me with. But it's kind of just how this game goes sometimes. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do in their next game. But yeah, the start happens. I continue. My moves are pretty self-explanatory, and from here, it's just kind of Jade Capital autopilot for a few years.
Oh, good. Hopefully, we'll be able to move through it relatively quickly. Then, yeah. Ming, get anything you want to add on to this?
Just more of the same.
Okay.
I think negotiating with Spain in the way I did, I think I start really emphasizing that please go along with my tactics. Him going to Cambodia was part of this. Just like we make such efficient work of Netherlands in following through on what aren't necessarily obvious things to do. A lot of it is stuff I'm identifying, and it's only fair. I'm the regional, I should understand this area well. Spain is a colonial dealing with a lot more pressing matters, especially in the Caribbean and North America. So
yeah,
cool.
I'll keep us going then, because I know we have several things once we all meet up towards the end that we want to talk about and try to get us there as quickly as we can. Congo, I've already told my side of this, so Congo, I'll let you just briefly me joining in with you on the stab of Mali.
Yeah, so the pros and cons of sharing all of your orders with someone is that you get to trust them pretty easily. The downside to sharing all your orders with someone is that if they choose to stab you, we know exactly what we need to do to get the most brutal stab possible. And that's kind of what happens to Mali here. Mali shares a game plan with Abyssinia about what this phase is going to look like, and we use that to counter them as efficiently as possible. So we cover basically everything bordering the Sahara, the exception being that one of the Sahara units could retreat forward into Kanem because we move out of Kanem. So I move Banyoro back to Banda so that if they would decide to move into Kanem, we could use 2 units to dislodge it, and then I can cover Mandara in the process so that unit doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
In the end, they do retreat back into their home SCs, so it doesn't make that big of a deal, but important nonetheless. Most of this phase for me is positioning against Mali.
Yep.
And then against Ajuran, getting Portugal to agree to let me through to Kalahari so that I could go into Mutapa and dismantle them more effectively, basically.
And similar, well, with Safavid, kind of my whole time I'm trying to arrange DNZs with people that I really don't want to fight. I sent you this huge map of dividing Africa right across this and all these conditions, and you didn't just say you're crazy. You're like, hey, that makes sense. I can get on board with that. Yeah. And
part of the DMZ was no units bordering the Sahara, and I'm like, cool, nice.
Yep.
I do not want anything but touching the Sahara. So
good. I'm glad that worked out. And with no Adrian communication, Safavid, you helped me here. I forget about this, so this is good for our relation. But I'll let you talk about your multi-cores and just moving forward, I guess.
Yeah, I got Ottomans out of Sea of Azov. Both Ottoman players were really friendly towards me when they shouldn't have been. Yeah, it was weird. But I was able to literally just core everything along this line because I got Ottoman out of Sea of Azov. And I cored it to try to push into Turkey. like you said, I helped you out a bit in Arabia because your game plan seemed really, really nice, and so I wanted to go along with it.
Cool.
And I was kind of at this point, I think I'm not sure if I'm in discussions with Sweden and England yet, but later game I will be for like a couple turns, but I'm leaking all of it to the Eastern Triple. They're never really a contention as a backup thing, but Abyssinia, you always were like, if the Eastern Quad rather falls through, which I'm pretty sure it will at some point, you were always my like go-to backup, and always being the big in my back pocket person. And I think what really helped was later game when I'm able to sell to the Eastern Triple that I'm in discussions with Abyssinia, sure, but like I was in discussions with Sweden and England, and I stabbed them for you, so it's fine. Like
Yeah.
but yeah, just this turn is going forward as I want into my lines being into Turkey and India at this point, which is very nice. It's a very, very pleasant game, this one, honestly.
Yeah, once you get to the middle, it does seem to. I never wanted you to come this way, and so like getting your friendship was important to me, and working all of that out.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. Ming, it looks like you're moving down. Anything exciting, or is this just starting to steamroll? I feel like in the mid game, all of us are kind of just tactics more than strategy. We've worked out who we want to work with. We understand kind of where we need to expand and get our centers. Was there any dynamics that changed around this time?
I always just think back to like these few, because at this point everything works out mostly well. It's just that like there's always like one or two modifications Spain does at the very end, and it's not even better for them. It's like if you followed through, we would have made more progress. You would have had an SC like in the fall or something like that. Just a small change like that, and then it's always just the modification that they do for whatever reason ends up just being like, okay, in the big picture, this was just a delay, wasn't it? Okay.
Yeah. I'll keep us going then. I don't think, at least for me in Congo, you could chime in, but there's several phases here. We could talk about South America, but like we're just slowly whittling down Mali and Azran, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Move my unit into the Sahara and then swiftly out of the Sahara to make sure that there's no tension, no potential to like backfill anything.
Oh, I told you to move into the Sahara because it was better tactically last turn, and
yeah,
that was great. That was good trust.
Yep.
So
I do get like a lucky SC out of Maravi this phase that I didn't think I'd get, so lucky for that, I guess. But other than that, it's just a whole bunch of positioning.
And trying to
we don't
core coastal
necessarily have to
centers.
look at South America this phase,
Okay.
but the leaderboard will do what the talking, really.
Yeah, I remember really pushing you, like, okay, we got to stop building armies at some point. Let's get fleets if we're really going to be friends. And
I am seeing one move in South America that I actually want to point out.
Okay.
The Dutch unit in Cayenne or Brokopondo in the north.
Oh, that's my one message to the Netherlands this entire game is I was like, that was an amazing move. Great job.
This is fun.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Seeing
Ibarra
the
tries to do a self bounce
yeah.
to Kalina, and then the Netherlands just supports the one in their SC out of the SC.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really funny.
That was.
But otherwise, it's pretty autopilot-y this phase.
Yep. Anything for you guys in Asia?
I think it's actually like the Pacific Ocean that we need to look to, specifically on the American side.
Okay.
I don't know if it's this year.
It's next year. This year is still Australia focused.
I think before. Well, it's actually like twofold. We're looking at Alaska, I think, at a certain point, and Ching is working with Inuit kind of closely. There's a moment in time. I don't know if we've already passed by it or not. I haven't kept track too much of the phases, but that Alaska's just like open. And I think when I was talking to Evie before, probably before they were like decided that they had for sure wanting to quit, they said that like not convoying into Alaska and getting the growth off there was like one of their biggest mistakes and probably kept them from like real chances at impunity. Just because like it at the start it doesn't look like it's going to amount to much, but just having the one and then that turns into a cascade. It's also one less place that Inuit could have built. I don't know. I think it would have shooken things up enough to where that like turns into something really great. But
It's last year. I just opened up the map on my other screen here.
yeah,
Appreciate it.
then Inuit fills in the gap.
Yeah, they built
anyway,
two
so.
navies in Alaska that year. So it's like,
Oh.
oh, well,
Yeah, and with Toku support, it probably could have worked too. But
yeah.
instead, I think they start looking at making moves in Australia, and I think even now we're talking about Aymara because we have Spain like as a friend, and they're raising the alarm bell about Aymara. I don't know how seriously we should have taken that, but
We'll
yeah.
we'll go to the leaderboard and we'll talk about it.
There you go. Like now I
Yeah.
think this is where we're first starting to think about Aymara in Sweden. Or at least those are the two
So
I'm thinking
Aymara's gone
about.
+6 and then +5. They didn't even have enough like places to build their +6 last year, so they actually had to wave a build out of like sheer necessity.
Yeah, even this plays +5. They only build.
I don't know why they
2?
don't build all their units this phase either.
Okay.
This feels like a mistake. But I guess it's like all armies and they kind of can't go anywhere that quickly, so maybe?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I could see that.
All the disbands this phase work out wonderfully for me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Lots of nice disbands.
2 Portuguese units, 2 Ajarani units. It looks so nice.
Keep us going. I think Africa. This is the first move you start to like at least show on the board with moves that you're like, okay, this is a big problem, and you got to go that way.
Yeah, I start positioning to like if I need to go and deal with Aymara, I will.
Even with Mali,
otherwise it's a lot of cleanup in Africa.
Yep.
The only move that's really important here is Mend into Sarah Rise, because that unit causes a lot more problems than I thought they would in the fall phase for Mali.
Yeah.
Yep. Otherwise, it's pretty easy tactics against the Ajuran.
Yep.
So.
And trying to core coastals. That's what I remember. I
think I started coring that in the fall, and now I'm about to finish it off, so I can start slapping down fleets.
Yep.
A pretty big thing is actually my core on Pegu here. That is the first of a few SCs that I have cored on the Indian Ocean side of things, and I mean this is just the start, like the beginning of the end. I couldn't break through India without this, and as a result of this, I do eventually get a fleet down. The tactics become more complex. It's not going to be super immediate, but yeah,
I just noticed what turn this is.
Yes, I did as well. Do you want to talk about it?
I would love to talk about it. So I've been autopilot tacticking for a little bit, getting a bit bored, but like not too bored. Like, you know, doing like having fun. But Portugal slips into Bandar Abbas, and it slows me down a fair bit over the next few turns. I don't even notice that connection. None of us noticed the connection actually. Because I was fully talking with my moves at this point with everyone in the Eastern Quad, and none of us noticed it. Like, Ming, was that genuine or was that like a sabotage? I never know.
I wish it was, because I'm the one that ends up having to talk Portugal down and be like, please disband Bandar Abbas. It's disrupting our entire attack on Abyssinia.
Yeah, the definitely real attack on Abyssinia that will happen.
Where else can those fleets go?
Not even a retreat, but Portugal moves there. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was wild. It was awesome. I love Portugal. Like, we hadn't had much press other than like my lies about, oh, you can have South India. but our press like really picks up off from this point. Just me congratulating that move because it's fucking hilarious. It's awesome. I love it so much. But yeah, yeah, I'm very, very, very just like smiling this turn when it goes through. Like I'm playing up my anger about it, but like I'm genuinely I enjoyed it so much. Even if it did like slow me down a fair bit. Other than that, my moves are all pretty self-explanatory, as they will be for a while.
Good. Yeah, we'll get to the. I'm noticing like, oh, I'm finally getting out to Somali, and you're coring on this side, so like it's the beginning of eventual end game. Yeah. But I'll keep us going forward then to get there.
Yeah.
I think this is when you guys finally. Yes, there's an awesome
this
convoy.
Is the first landing on South America.
Yeah. And this is I saw it in your guys' chat, the Jade channel, is like the only two messages I ever had with King was just congratulating them on amazing convoys. The whole game.
Yeah, because it's genuinely so awesome.
Yeah.
I love it so much. They had amazing convoys and they poured everything, and like even if they did have to eventually quit the game, like poor Evie, I genuinely so proud of them. Very, very good player. Yeah, very fun player as well. Awesome to work with. As for all of you, honestly.
I don't think there was a single person I didn't like. It was very easy to stay with my alliances. I think the Jade Capital, if we just didn't like do press one day, I think my opinion on it would be radically different. But we all seemed generally in tune with the game. We were all very, we all took an honest interest in each other's success. Even if we didn't always make the best decisions for each other's success, just having that vibes around in any chat will make you not want to jump, roll the dice on somebody else.
And the only reason when I eventually did roll the dice to spoil the game a bit, was
I don't blame you at all. I think you could have took either option. I think you could have did what I did and just sort of rolled along with the Asian at that point quad. You still would have gotten your center.
Yeah, I for sure think I could have, but like the press was dying down. Like Ching was really burning out of the game. Got a sub after I stabbed actually, and it was not as fun as it once was, and I was really worried that as the press died down, that someone else would jump ship, and I was like, I might as well do it first.
I think the Ching sub would have taken a chance regardless.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll get to that.
I'm trying. I'm working.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about this fall phase a little bit.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, that's fair. Take time.
Yeah, because I accidentally go +5 this phase. St. Helena's a guaranteed dot. Beira's a guaranteed dot. We boxed into Zanzibar units so we could clean up Ajuran's home SCs. But that fleet in Sierra Leone Rise causes Mali to cover it with Karosa. And so I just take the free English dot. I was always going to take the free English dot. But them using that army to cover causes their entire front line here to collapse.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
I think Madagascar is the perfect example of like, just because you have like a smaller colony that's periphery to your like big strategy, you can't really neglect tactics there. I remember seeing French Madagascar and I'm like, that looks really solid actually.
Yeah,
but
it's like the Philippines.
But then it just turtles. The French don't support Portugal at all. They leave them out to dry, and it's like, well, what do you expect to happen?
Yeah,
next, bud.
And Madagascar
I tried talking to the French a little bit like early game, but that just doesn't I don't do anything to like keep in contact with them at all.
Yeah.
I learned that like everyone I ended up talking to were the more active players in the game. I tried opening a line to Ajuran in the last hours of their life, and I think around about when the Indian Ocean starts getting full, but they are just unresponsive completely, and that's completely consistent with what you were saying, Abyssinia, in your AAR.
Yeah,
just some players did not do that much press. Even though I felt like I had a better line of comms with Portugal compared to others, yeah, no, I won't pretend that it wasn't like really awful. Not awful, but just like really hard. I only was able to have lines with Portugal because my sleep schedule was god awful, and I could get them. I could get them at their time zone.
Honestly,
and even then, it was sparing.
The biggest win was being Safavid, because I'm such an early bird that even with our time zone difference, able to work that out was amazing.
Yeah, it was great. Honestly, it's so good. Like, especially for me, who generally has like less options for people to talk to consistently, just because of time zone, because I'm Australian, and that tends to be a disadvantage in diplomacy games.
Yeah. I don't know. We're in 1649 spring. We got about 4 or 5 years left. I've solo talked about the whole Spain situation, so I won't bother with that here. I'll let you guys go on with anything that stands out for you for this phase.
I remember trying to coach Qing at this point, actually like advising them against you at this point. I'm just like, Abyssinia, like Spain for cooperating with me. I was talking to them pretty consistently at this point. And as much as I didn't really care about their American stuff outside the West Coast, I even left that to like Toku and Qing to sort of coordinate. Like the knock-on effect I saw from like the Europe thing going the wrong way. I was I in that early phase, I was like, oh man, they'd be such a good friend for Safavids to have in their attack against Abyssinia. You know, they could crush them from two sides. Like, awesome. And then the Ottomans too. How awesome would that be? So Spain we should all want Spain to succeed, right? I mean, I still would, but you know, the Spain has I don't understand the tactics in the Med as well as Spain, I guess. And like, I don't know if it's now or if it's like a few phases from now, but just Sweden and England start opening a line. It's like, please make peace with us. Like, yes. I'm pretty sure it's with this formation of units that Sweden's like, please, we see what's going on in Africa. They're perceptive for their credit. They just have no impact on what will happen outside of trying to make peace with Spain, and it just doesn't work.
I was still trying to get Spain and England to work together against Ayamara here, because they would not stop fighting, and we were top.
Trying very hard.
Yeah.
We're like, hey, guys, like, England, please.
Yeah.
I'm not really talking to England. I'm talking mostly to Spain, trying to figure out, like, if there's a chance that Spain and England can peace out, because I want Spain focused entirely on holding Imara off, and it's just not happening.
Yeah. I think the only person I could never open up a line with was England, actually. I remember at the start, we're like, we have no possible like disagreements ever. Like, we should be good friends, even more than like my line with Spain. But you know, India eventually becomes a thing, and they're just super defensive about it. And even my like slight disagreements about how those SCs should go, that's enough for them to not even like cooperate with me in the slightest, except just like, you know, yeah, I too believe that we should stop the solo and impunity that doesn't include me. Like, that's about it. How we went about that was completely up to us to figure out. But
and it's really like, I feel like me and Congo are we're finally doing so good and taking the dots and everything, and then you realize, oh my gosh, there's powers that I have, especially as Abyssinia, have very little influence on that could beat me there. And that was an impunity realization that was kind of frustrating and like, oh, shoot, you know?
Oh, for sure. Like, I've been slow, steady growth this entire game. And seeing people outpace me was the worst.
Yep. I'll keep us going to get towards the end. If you have something you want to... This is 1649 fall.
There's an Athapascan colony that I want to talk about because I think it's funny.
Okay, where is it at?
It's in Barbuda.
Oh yeah, I have no idea how this fleet got down here. What happened?
I do not know what wizardry Athabasca pulled off to convince Inuit that that build, because it got built in their capital like 3 years ago or something, and it just slowly works its way out between a whole bunch of Inuit centers into the North Atlantic and then eventually into here. And then it cores. It's a successful core.
It's wild.
Yeah. But the great Athabascan migration happens around this time. It's crazy. I don't think there's anything major for my side.
I think Safavid break. I remember getting Delhi that and how nice of an accomplishment
Oh wait,
that was.
never mind. I think I
Yeah.
did find something.
Oh, is
Uh,
this? I don't know if it was this turn or the last turn where I finally donned the WFF PK helmets that I had
It's this turn.
suggested
Yep.
a year before. I had debated whether or not, like, in the LARP of the WFF, I was going to, like, sort of be my villain arc or whatever. But I knew suggesting the peacekeepers in the first place was a little borderline and drawing more attention than it was really worth. But then Foggy was on his way out, and so I was like, please let me have my custom units just for a little moment. And it was this.
Yeah.
I had been deciding all game what they would actually be, and I just was like, well, it is pretty fitting. So
yeah.
It did draw
Yeah,
attention. This is the first time I'm like, oh my god, there's a wall of units over there.
and it was
Yeah.
useful in, like, hey, I'm the wall, the immovable object.
for
You're
sure.
not gonna gain ground here. So maybe that, honestly, it probably just inspired more resistance than it discouraged. But yeah, I also at that point I had been going around to a few different people that you'll know became my allies. Portugal, I was considering Mapuche. I was even, like, throwing it out there to Spain. I'm like, do y'all also want to don the WFFPK helmets? But I think that kind of, like, more solid alignment didn't really jive with anyone except Portugal. And I thought there was usefulness in keeping them kind of, like, looking more neutral than they really were. So I was just
there was for sure. Yes.
Yeah, don't bother with that.
And that would have been a red flag for me.
Work
I was
uniforms
also
not
happy.
necessary.
I was also so happy with
This is also Mapuche's last attempt to try to get back to their home center, which gets ruined because there's other stuff going on.
I mean, I for one was telling Tokugawa, I'm like, we could have worked with him here. I think that this sort of ignorance to the context of the situation, like, they could have survived on Timor. We had been doing something similar with the Portuguese, the Spanish. I was in charge of trying to work out something with Mapuche, where if they just support us into where we need to go, they could stay there. But they insisted on this move, and Tokugawa, already being behind on SCs, was like, can I please get this one?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep us going. Yes?
Yeah. Having Delhi was so nice. That's just all I'm gonna say. Like, Delhi, my beloved. Like, I there was a solid few years there where I had, like, 3 foreign capitals under my control, and it was awesome.
Moscow, yep.
Yeah, Moscow.
And you guys are still together at this point, correct?
Any skirmishes
Okay.
were under, like, this sort of, let's look a bit more than it is, and it worked. No one we had been starting to, like, let it be that there was an Asian triple, but then we were okay with that because in our mind we had Safavids as this, like, surprise, and any calculation against us would be kind of offset by, like, well, we do have 20 more units on the board that are at least cooperating, so
yeah,
there's that.
Yeah. And
yeah.
on my side,
I
I mean,
feel like you can
she's.
hear in the voice how that's going to end up. But yeah.
I mean, she supported me into Marahra. We're not fighting here. We've DMZ. Like I am under. I did not see the quadruple till she was talking. I think towards the end. So, and even here, I think is our like first communication pretty soon, where I'm like, yeah, come to India. I assume that you're going to be self-interested and have no idea of the triple. And I'm like, okay, Ming's going to get close. And yeah, sure. The more the merrier. I will ally with anyone that wants to work with me.
Yeah.
So.
I knew the triple was a thing. You could tell based on like the board state at the time. You could just look at Asia and go, there is a very solid alliance here.
Yes.
The miscalculation I made was that I thought that at some point someone would stab somewhere before the sub happened, and it just never happens.
Yeah, and I think the board here, it's not. There's the separation isn't crazy right now, though.
Technically, before the sub,
the separation happens like
immediately afterward.
Yeah,
it's actually at this point where we start talking internally. We're like, oh man, we could continue going about this like we are, and just like the bad distribution comes in when we start thinking we need to have like someone within 25% to at least and I would refer to it as like leaving the door open. I posed it as me being the one to do it since I'm central. I'm the easiest to reach. If it was Ching or Toku, those units like would take the things and then they'd have to just like someone would have to bring units from somewhere else. I was like, since Toku's like right on the Pacific, there's a world where I take some of those centers off Toku, go and put my units on the front line in Indian Ocean, and Toku being in the Pacific Ocean is like a year away from getting those back. Which, you know, is a nice hypothetical, but like that doesn't turn out that way.
Yeah, you need at least a capital swap. I remember saying multiple times, like, hey, we need the capital swap, and it just never happened.
No one had a unit there, and I was even willing to consider it until the Safavid stab.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I'm like deluding myself into thinking that I would be okay with it then, but I remember at that point it was like a make or break. And I think if you held out for another year, you would have gotten me and Ching to like have to do it, because I think even Ching and Toku were like, yeah, why wouldn't we do that?
That capital swap would have been very annoying.
So annoying for trying.
It would have actually forced me to keep fighting for something there, because even though I have a lot of armies in a battle group, I would always refer to in my order set as like the friendship home army. I don't know if you see it in the Jade Capital, but when we're submitting our order sets during the foggy period, I would always title mine into like little battle groups just for my own sorting, and they would always be friendship themed.
Lovely.
That was cool.
Yeah, I separated mine out. I didn't give them any titles, but I separated them out based on region, so I kept everything nice and organized.
Oh, nice.
Unfortunately, when you view orders with the bot, it just orders alphabetically, so it's just a mess to try.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't even tell if I was doing the right orders. Like after I submitted them, I have the worst short-term memory.
I had to draw them up every time just to make sure. Like, I had to draw them up, submit them, and then draw up what the bot said I submitted.
Because you'll draw something, and I did this like once or twice, even after that like bad order set in like year 2, where I would go off the drawing I made, and I shared it in Jade Capital, and I'm just like, okay, am I like saying the right things, or am I mixing things up? And a few times I did. INO and MPO looked very similar sometimes, but otherwise it was clean. I remember there was a little tension with Spain here, but I do some cool little convoys of my own, getting my army down to Brunei. That was really nice.
Yeah. At some point
there's a fun Madagascar convoy this phase as well.
Oh yeah, I talked about that one. That was someone explained on the YouTube video why Adran made these moves.
I was going to explain it here, but yeah,
it made more sense, because then when I'm trying to like walk through the commentary, I was like, I don't know what's going on, but it worked out.
Adran just loses a 50-50 here because Sakalava can't bounce Bara at all because there's another coastline there.
Yeah, you're talking about Ming. You were talking about Madagascar, and it looks nice, but then you get into the details. You're like, I don't like it as much as I wanted to. But
getting both of those convoys very, very helpful.
Yep.
This phase I'm talking with Toku because I see that they desperately need Southern Sea to break through South America, and so I ask them to tap Crozet Basin, and then it's like saying like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna get these. Like if I can get a couple fleets through here, you can just have free access through Southern Sea. They don't tap Crozet Basin this phase, so neither of these moves that I have in South Africa succeed. And so I just end up getting to sit in Southern Sea, meaning that the Asian triple stalls out really hard in South America.
I think at this point it's a duo effort between the two members not present. I remember I look at this from time to time and I offer tactics in the way that like I normally do, but I don't see the progress. I think that this is like the moment that we were like one season too late. I remember Spain and Qing just both like, oh no, we I think they bounced Exura instead of either letting Amara in or getting it, and that they just built a fleet there, and that slowed all progress. They couldn't have like complete control of over the coast at that point because there was always the threat of getting tapped or something, and so it stalled out really hard. Whereas like just one giving a little ground to gain some ground is a very good strategy. Sometimes a bounce is really the last thing you want.
Yeah, because like throughout all of this, like I call Amara out, and then I immediately open up a channel with Amara and being like, oh yeah, I'll help you out still. Like we can control Southern Atlantic Ocean. We can like make sure that no one can invade through Southern Sea. And then I'm talking to Kotoku later, being like, I'll let you right into Southern Sea if you just help me break through Ajuran. So, like, this failed bounce here, the tap on Crozet Basin, sours me really hard on letting Toku and Qing clean up South America.
I am of the mind that, like, at this point, I guess I'm, like, seeing things that aren't there, but I see the three leaders at this point. Aymara, Congo, and Abyssinia, and I'm like, that is a death grip over the South Atlantic. And if they decide that they want to go into an impunity get together, I think they have a really clear path to do it. But I sort
it's hard because Sweden's also big at this point.
Yeah, Sweden was a
Sweden's
constant
big,
problem.
but I mean, like, you see where they are now, and you see where they are. Actually, there's not that many years left, but I mean, I'm facilitating a lot of work with tactics between Austria, Safavids, against Sweden. Like, I'm like an almost participant there because I'm this intermediary just offering sound tactics. Like, and that's how we eventually get Sarajevo. And like, it's we shut Sweden down at their furthest extent, but you know, they don't make much more progress after this, which is kind of funny.
Austria, and then Sweden's loyalty to England really costs them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you guys, Safavid, you guys are working together up here? There were several turns where I'm like, I don't know who's allied with who, but it seems like it's working out, and Sweden's not growing, so I'm happy.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Qing and I are just messing around right now.
Okay, cool. And again, I like constantly am trying to get something across the Med, and I'm like, nope, she's moving way further up, and he's getting Athens, and well, at least I'm gonna have Africa. So, but actually, as soon as you guys,
I really wanted to.
Go ahead.
I really wanted to play in the Med with you more.
Yeah, it's fun. I feel like there's a pretty good line about midway through, but we'll see that later on. It's less important than us all meeting up here eventually, especially Toku starting to move. I think this happens in the fall. No, one more
Portugal
turn.
moving in. That is the start of the battle for the Indian Ocean. Yeah.
And
this is the last thing I predicted. I don't think any other A2 game had a battle as like tight as this, because I mean, what kind of combination of powers do you need to have a fight like this? You know?
And this is when I finally gave up on Portugal because they kind of let Mapuche die and walked out and attacked me, and I was trying to help them a little bit up here. I'm like, okay, no, I don't think that's gonna work. And I think that maybe this turn or next turn is when I finally learned from whoever it was that you're probably not going to stab and
Athabasca.
Althapasca. You're going to team up with these two till the bitter end. And at that point, I'm like, okay, I just need to stall them as much as I can, and eventually reach out and talk to
you.
you.
But I'm pretty sure there was a WFF like announcement about it that I did.
Oh, good.
Like
okay.
Another thing, which was another thing that was like, you know, I'm really putting a lot on this. I'm hoping that I make more friends than enemies off this, and I can, use that rep to rally enough of a defense elsewhere, because there is a pragmatic element to it. Like, fight the leaders so that they can't solo. I can't do the same thing as you guys, where it's like I'm just not prepared as a player to do a clean stab against both Ching and Toku and keep up pace with you guys if you roll over the rest of the board.
Yep.
So you kind of just need hey, Spain, England, Inuit, anybody who can listen. I kind of gave up on Aymara. Everybody else though, please acknowledge the threat here. And I think that the gears start turning, but it's too late. Genuinely, it's too late. The lines can't get formed. Too much is unresolved. There are some road bumps that people would need to get through, such as Austria and France, to become part of the line. And it's Europe is you can break, and you continue to make progress there, even if it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But just this is the start of the beginning of the end.
Yeah, this is also the last phase I consider ever in my mind stabbing Safavid. Is okay, if Ming wants to be part of this, I maybe we go together on Safavid and we can wrap up with a 4-way or something. But when you say I'm sticking with the Asian triple, I'm like, it's Safavid ride or die. She's holding Sweden. She's the front line against Ming, even though you guys are still working together. So that was the last point I even thought about it.
Yeah, thanks.
I was actually so surprised that there was even the thought. But I even pointed out, I just think that southern border, despite you guys being allied, was way too undefended. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, we're all together. Surely you bring some of those units in Central Asia, south, to even be within a year of a response, right? I think I got too used to the cooperation I had with Ching and Toku, where there was this unconscious yeah, I'm doing this weird move, but it's not gonna be anti us. There's too much accountability there. But Safavid was kind of, we never actually set up the accountability for a Safavid stab. We were actually really vulnerable to it.
Yeah, I was very much and you'll see when my stab does happen that I regret not stabbing harder, because I very much blunted my knife, because Evie was clearly not having a great time, and I wanted to make sure that they could keep playing if they wanted to. But obviously they subbed basically as soon as I stabbed. But yeah, you'll see. We'll get to it.
Keep moving up. Oh yeah, top of the leaderboard for the first time. Yay.
Congrats.
We can't duel you Impunity from here though. Athabasca, Sweden, Aymara, all too big still. And Ming is slowly climbing as well.
Yes.
I should say, every time I show this game, because I made a point to show this game to some friends who, again, have no interest in diplomacy, but I would just describe my position in the only way I could. And every time they'd be like, okay, but stab the other Asians, though. You're not going to win this as is. And I'm like, well, hold on. I can make enough progress westward. This is where my concentration of force is. It wouldn't make sense to, fight in the west piecemeal and then try and peel off some to go back north. I would need to get enough. Even I'm saying this, I would need to get enough builds from the westward push in order to even go back into the Yellow Sea and stuff like that. So we'll see how that even can happen later on. But
Selfishly,
The nice thing about this variant is that you could have multiple winners with the way the victory condition is set out, so you don't need to stab anyone.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Like, sure, when we get to the point system in B1, like, it will be more draw sized, but it's still framed as a win. You know, like
Yeah.
I've been in discussions or looked at discussions about this and about the victory conditions, and I'm just like, a win's a win, and like it's 26 people. A solo is very, very hard, especially with a 5 center start, which is what I started with. That
Oh my
affected
gosh,
so
yeah.
much.
Yeah, the solos that
How many more SCs I would need in order to jump up high enough for a solo.
right. The solos
That
we've
was
seen
actually-
have been like amazing, pretty bold stabs, and they have to get it in 1 year or it collapses on them. Which is
Uranium, I think, had multiple 1 SE short stabs.
Yep.
But like, yeah,
I
like
remember-
sometime like in this mid game here, the first game ends fuchsia, where Mali goes +12 by
Yeah.
stabbing both Congo and Abyssinia. And when that turn, like when that phase is public, I look at it and I go, vindication for my stab of Mali.
Yes, for sure. They went up to like Greenland, and it was pretty amazing.
Yeah, they get exactly 32 as well, which is just impressive.
Selfishly, I just wanted to get a little bit of Safavid's side on. I try not to focus too much, but these builds caused maybe like the biggest heartache of the entire game for us, I think.
And it was at my
for sure.
urging, a lot of it. I pointed out that the convoy was a very real threat, and that you should at least ask to like have it not be an option. Just because I mean I'm seeing the line get made, and I don't think Safavid built the fleets in the Arabian Sea fast enough to discourage it. But I don't think of like how you foresee your like security situation, and how Safavid's is a really important part to that. I see an open border with some of the centers you might need to get into like this duo with Congo here, but
Go ahead. I just wanted to hear your perspective on it, because this is the first time I think you explicitly asked me for several, like, what exactly is this unit doing this turn in the spring? Yeah.
It is. It was a heartache for me just because I was genuinely kind of worried about like if a stab happens on me. Like I just don't want either of us to fight. Is my thing. Like that. Just ever since the Arabian DMZ, like the Eastern Triple is constantly pushing for us to fight, you know, and I just don't see it. Like, especially with like Red Sea and Mecca existing and like fucking Cairo, like it's just such a good defensive position that I just don't see. Yeah, I just don't see the world where it works out. So I want to make sure that you don't stab me, because I'm not going to stab you. And so I really wanted to start getting like moves and plans and worlds out so that we could, you know, just properly work together.
Yeah. And it was just me. I even went to Congo. I'm like, I really wasn't stabbing her. I had other plans for this, and it just comes across terribly. And so what I do, Ming, is I tell her, you tell me where to put these units. I will do it. Ever you tell me in the spring, just tell me where to put them that you feel comfortable.
Yeah, which I really appreciated. And like, as much as it was a heartache, I don't think I don't think the urging for me to talk to Abyssinia about it worked out long term as much as you would have hoped, Ming. Because it really did like solidify the alliance even more than it already was. Just like properly being able to talk about that. And that was the thing that felt really nice about chatting to Congo and Abyssinia with me, is that you two were like so focused on here's the way stabs can happen, here's the way we prevent stabs, and I just didn't feel that in the Jade Capital chat anymore. And I was worried, I was concerned, I was, you know, like
I
Yeah.
think it's just because our founding principles were different. Because
Yeah.
I hate to it's crazy to say that in a dip game, but whereas the Abyssinian Congo thing were just like survivors from an original 4 who had like stabbed each other,
It was
and
built
now
on a
you're
stab,
protecting
yeah.
against that stab against each other.
Yeah.
We literally just came into the game saying, I think we could be really efficient if we never even consider stabbing each other. We don't leave units behind to stab each other. Like, just having all of our units as concentration of forces going in these cardinal directions gives us the best shot. Even if there is some stagnation at some point, it gives us the best shot at making the best out of our situation, rather than trying to emerge as like a victor of an East Asian situation and then have to push into like any of our exterior rivals who have only grown stronger because of that infighting. So
And also, with the different founding principles, I just, with you trying to keep me in your back pocket as like a secret member to throw off the calculations, I just didn't have the accountability that any of you had. And it was, I think, kind of, well, it wasn't a mistake for me. It was great for me, but, just in terms of how the game ended up, I just don't.
Give yourself some credit, though. We nearly had the accountability, but between Evie growing a little bit despondent and you hyping that up to be like, hey, you've really deeply upset your trust that you've built with Evie. I see my armies moving westward here into Tibet, the Tibet plateau. Fun fact, they don't stay there very long.
No,
They're in a perfect position in a season from now, and then they don't remain in that perfect position the next season after that.
Yeah.
But we'll see all that play out shortly.
The last thing I'll add in the shifting alliances thing is I remember doing damage control with both Safavids and Abyssinia this phase. I reassure Safavids that Abyssinia is a solid alliance player and is not going to snap with this moveset. And with Abyssinia, I point out why these builds are threatening to Safavids.
And we had avoided them, I think, a year. Like, we had talked about not spooking Safavid and had not done those builds, and I thought we had just gotten past it, and we were not.
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Sweden and England are probably whispering at Safavid's ear as well by now.
Oh, the Inuit were. I saw they had a discussion over here like, oh, clearly Abby's about to attack Safavid. I was like, oh, I'm not. I'm really not. But that's...
It was funny.
Yeah. Inuit messaging both me and Abyssinia, so when are you guys stabbing each other?
Oh, yeah. And when Athapaska started getting big...
Inuit.
Go ahead, sorry.
I love Inuit. That's such a little shit.
Yep. Very frustrating in-game, though.
Yeah.
But, diplomacy.
Athapaska at some point is like hammering to me that Congo's about to stab. And this is, I think, maybe like a year later when I offered to Congo to throw the game. Because I'm like, I do not want to stick around for this whole triple when we start really fighting. And Congo turns down the offer to throw the game. No, let's play it out a little further. So when Athapaska's like, hey, Congo's going to stab you.
I'm thankful for.
Yeah, of course. I am too. I'm glad it turned out. But that's how... You'll see. It's just getting frustrating.
We'll talk about it. Yeah. There's one phase.
Okay. I got nothing else on this one, but anyone else can pipe up with what they got.
I don't know when it happens, but I hear about that. I hear about Abyssinia being willing to throw to Congo, at least in principle, even if it didn't actually pan out immediately. That shakes my initial gung-ho-ness about holding the line, fighting for a just outcome. I was like, well, fuck, anyone can do that at any point in the board, and we're approaching the holidays. All of that together, just like, okay, let's make sure that I'm above 100% at least. Starting from when I hear that onwards, which thankfully I have a Safavid ward that grant me that 100%.
Yeah, the only notable move that I made the last phase was I sniped Barbados.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's nice. Very
Yeah.
nice.
I snipe Barbados' phase and I talk to Spade and go like, oh yeah, I just want the build from this and then I'll vacate out of here and you can take it. So
And you do,
trying to
right?
keep Spain on side.
Yeah. You do that, yeah.
Yep. Yep. I
Yeah.
take it this phase, I stay it in fall, I get the build, and then I walk out.
Pretty much after.
Yeah, also,
Go ahead, Safavid.
if I can move over to Central Asia for a second, there's play fighting here between me and Cheng, because I'm trying to appease Cheng and make sure the alliance is going. But I am so not happy with this. Like, it's play fighting, and I take Turkestan back, and I get the cores off in Central Asia to defend in case the Chinas ever want to stab me. But I'm just like, this play fighting is when I started to be like, I'm not actually happy with the play fighting. I'm just keeping up appearances. To the Eastern Quad. This is like really the turn where my I remember it specifically, just like this turn is when I'm just like starting to get pretty uncomfortable with the whole situation and with the fact we're continuing to play fight and keep me as a secret in the back pocket. It just feels like that's easy to cut out, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, because the play fighting is working for me as much as I'm paying attention. I'm worrying. I'm thinking, oh, okay, Ming's actually going to do something, and there's the solidity of the Asian triple to, I guess, a dumb beginner player like me was like, okay, maybe it's not going to work out. So. Oh yeah, one of my favorite convoys. Sorry. Is this all still? You're still on the side here, or? Are you all? You're still on side here with the triple?
Yeah, I'm still on side with the quad. I just thought it'd be so fucking funny to convoy you into beach paw, and it is me setting up for a stab eventually.
Okay.
Just it's so fun to have you convoy into India. It was so fun and it was so funny and it was just awesome. Like again,
and useful.
I'm starting to get really tense with the quad and like just convoys like this and the way you guys were like very open and honest about like, oh yeah, we could have stabbed, but here's how we prevent the stab. And it just was more appealing for me going into the late game, because late game is when stabs happen in long term full trust from the beginning of the game alliances, you know? Like, yeah.
Yeah, I think that actually, because I proposed that and you had said no, and then you came back to it, and I think it actually ended up being really useful with how the end game went. But,
oh, for sure.
I think it was the single thing. Like again, any single move could have changed how that fight for INO and more realistically, that fight for Gulf of Manaar and those centers adjacent to that went. I think back to this turn, and I don't necessarily think too much about the convoy. If that's going to happen, it's going to happen. I didn't realize it was that like close cut. I'm thinking back to where I did the math, but I didn't trust that I had Mughal support on the center, and I should have trusted that, and I should have used Orissa instead to get myself into Andhra Coast. Everything from then on, I am like one season, one tile too late to support Portugal, to get a grip over Ceylon and Gulf of Manaar, to secure that side of the Indian coast, to consider convoying some armies into that area and just fully breaking through. And that's like, everything else worked great. It's just like, again, a season delay or two, which really it's more like a few at this point between the different misorders that happen and the different miscalculations. But for a pretty consistently good game of progress, I think that can be acceptable. Like, yeah. I think not necessarily guessing wrong, but like just miscounting. I think that's like the least concern.
Yep.
Yeah.
Congo, you have anything?
This phase is really fun for me. It's unfortunate that we start using the bot on this phase because I'm about to make South Atlantic a giant mess. This is where the invasion of Amaras begins for me. I lose a guess on Maristad Bahia. I could have had both this turn, but I only get one because I used 3 to support Maristad instead of splitting it 2-2. But
and this
otherwise,
go ahead.
Armies are all going towards the coastlines. I'm opening up St. Helena. I get Reunion because of tactics. Archeron could have bounced if they wanted to, so we avoid that. And then I am also supporting Inuits into Azores. In hindsight, maybe shouldn't have done it, but like, I'm trying to keep some people on side because I know that I am big. So just trying to gain allies wherever I can, really.
Yep, and I'm happy to see you go into South America because at this point I'm like, well, we're gonna have to expand above people at 90 to 100%. We're gonna have to get 125. So I start thinking about the Med a lot more. You're getting over there, and that's kind of our path to victory right now.
Yep. And I'm keeping Gaibara happy in Southern Sea, basically. Like, I'm just never going to touch Southern Sea. As long as Southern Sea's doing what it's doing here, Tokugawa can never break through the island here.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm perfectly happy to just keep Amara sitting there. I don't need to move in there myself.
Yeah, we have to start talking with Toku a lot about. They introduced these fleets as like South American attack fleets, and it's honestly the press with Toku and with you was just fine because I think we all knew what we were doing, but we were having fun doing it.
Yeah, I'm also gonna say that like I mostly ignored what's it called Indian Ocean until it got really close to it, and it was just like, I'm glad you guys are having fun with it. I did not. Like, I just, yeah.
Yeah, the one.
Let Abyssinia do all the work.
Yes, it was a headache because the one phase I actually got you into INO, you're immediately like, "Get me out of INO. I want to go somewhere else."
Yeah, I was just like, "Oh my god, what am I doing in here? It's nothing." Like, it was just very like, yeah.
That's
I also
Simpsons
do
gif.
want to talk about we've like never talked about Europe and the Med. I do want to talk about Europe and the Med if we have time.
Okay, go for it.
Because this was a lot of discussions between me and Abyssinia. Because as you can see, Abyssinia has finally gotten fleets out into the Med. Hell yeah.
Yep.
And me and Sheng are fighting Sweden. We've kind of slowly been whittling down Turkey and then Sweden. And yeah, we're just playing around. Like, I think we'll go phase by phase, but I do want to flag Europe as a region that is interesting. And poor Spain got the brunt of my play fighting with Ching and my flipping back and forth with Ching at the end. Because like the Ching and I were play fighting. And whenever it happened, Sweden was like, "I'll help you, and I'll help you, and I'll help you," and it's just like neither of us are actually fighting. And it was just the poor thing. They did well, but just the way the board state was, and the fact that like I had good press with the Eastern Triple. I had good press with the African duo, like you two. I did not have good press with England. I tried to work with England and India for a little bit, and they flipped up all of their moves and changed it and like twisted it in a weird way. And I was just like, okay, fuck it. I'm not considering being in the Sweden-England thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, long term, that just isn't going to work out. Just cut that out immediately. And ever since then, Sweden just kind of got the brunt of the play fighting, and it feels bad. Because, like, it wasn't even Sweden's press that was bad, it was England's press that was bad. But yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Spain was my favorite player that I had to take centers from because yeah, the press with Congo and Safavid was better, and this was almost the only way I had to go besides the stalemate over here.
I'm curious if you like, because it's pretty damn near a stalemate, but you did see the lines where like you can make some progress, right? Like a momentary period of superiority Indian Ocean is just enough to like force the rest of the fleets to like get it back, and you can try and push one or two of those fleets out onto the edges of the line, just like, and it's safe. You
Yeah.
can choose to do that and it's safe, but it's to try and get that. I would have needed Toku to not get stabbed. I think we were really close to that, but Toku getting stabbed by Ching, I realized like every move I try to make would just not work.
I think after like 3 phases of smashing, I'm like, why am I not trying to push down and around or push up and around? I was really focused on always having 2 to 3 in the INO, and you're right. That's not the way to control it. Is you need to have the numbers on the edges.
Yeah. The scary thing about trying to push to Arctic Basin is that it borders the South Pacific Ocean, which is like very dominated by Tokugawa at this
Yes.
point.
Oh no, that was
Yeah.
safe. I was very confident that could hold.
Yep.
Because of just what's behind it to protect it. It really, the break would have had to been in India, where I had at that point Janissaries from Portugal, England, Mughals, like everyone kind of helping along this movement around the coast. But
I genuinely, when I stabbed you, we'll get to it. When I stabbed you, I was so annoyed with how fucking good you are at allying like these tiny little 1 or 2 center powers.
Yes.
Like, I don't know how you do it, but it's amazing.
Agreed.
Well, the thing is that like Portugal felt easier. Like Portugal would have been the hardest to sell this to, but they had been like just signing off on whatever orders I was giving them. I had actually given them that order that kind of peeved you, Abyssinia. I just said like word for word like what they should try and do. It felt the safest to like keep the most centers, and yeah, it killed Mapuche, but like they held on to Maldives for another turn. I think they held Ceylon and they got into Gulf of Manaar. There's a world where they get past England, and yeah, they got into Polygar here. All of that was just the vision to keep them alive on the board, because if they're on the front line, I have to like get around them. It was awkward. So just keeping them in a nice little safe place while I, am just buffering whatever attacks coming our way. That's how I got them. Mughals was just like hey, you want to just like, I need an army down there. I can't possibly kill you and actually like get anything out of it. So would you like to, help me make some progress here? And I'll see if I can like help you get to like 1 or 2 centers. I think I must have been just the first one to offer that to them though, because they're like, this is the best deal I've heard.
I read that.
Yeah. I was like, no, I didn't know if there was a grudge or not. There really wasn't. Like, we were actually pretty okay working together. It's just that we didn't. So, yeah. Oh, and Yarkand. Yeah.
Is this the turn I stabbed you? I've kind of checked out for a bit. But
this is the turn you stabbed me, and Yarkand
Okay,
withdraws from the border to save face with everyone, and that opens the door for the invasion TM.
Yeah, can we go back 1 phase?
Yes.
Just real quick, because I didn't realize it at the time, but this phase is the one that made me mad as shit, because it was this phase and or next phase. Basically, I had done some things to try to keep Cheng as happy as possible. I should not have done said things to keep Cheng as happy as possible, because I could have just actually it's in a couple phases. But basically, I keep not stabbing as Cheng as hard as I could have. Just because I want to keep lines open for them to get into an Impunity, because I genuinely wanted 2 of the 3 of the Asian triple in there, and I didn't see you stabbing, which is funny because eventually you were the only one to get in, which means you did stab. But like, it just it's my biggest regret of this game, honestly, is just not stabbing Ching as much as I could have. I got too sentimental. But yeah, it's probably more in a couple phases, but if we flip over to the next turn, it might be some moves there. If you just keep an eye as things go on like my northern like Central Asia borders, and the way I could have gone into Akmola or Zaisan, or like, made a dash for Qing's stuff and just broken Qing in half and split them off from the European front. And I definitely could have done it. I just didn't want to. I got too sentimental. But yeah. And they didn't even end up being in the Impunity. Damn you, Ming. Ending the game at a reasonable time for all of us.
Yes, very excited not to play this over Christmas.
Listen, Athapaska was going to be the holdout. It wasn't even Ming.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Congo reached out to me and just explained plainly, we can wait. But,
yeah.
I also saw that Ming. We'll get to it, but I saw that Ming was board top at that point, and I'm like, if there's any time that Ming's gonna say yes, it's right now.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sad to lose that, but we'll get there.
I actually didn't even count the SCs to know that. I was very surprised with the leaderboard.
We need to go back. We haven't talked about South America at all yet.
Yes.
We'll start with like the Canary area really quick, because I asked Inuit if they could support me into Canary Basin, and they say no, I need England on side because I just got stabbed by Athapaska. And then they accidentally input this move.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so you didn't want Azores to support Seamounts into Canary Basin, but you were perfectly willing to tap Canary Basin. Turns out that was just a misorder. I believe this is also the support that I ask for that Athapaska gets paranoid about, because Inuit tells Athapaska, hey, Congo's asking me for supports in places I think they're trying to solo. And Athapaska interprets that as, I am asking Sargasso C to support into Barbuda.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Athapaska goes to you, Abyssinia, and goes, I think Congo's trying to solo, and you're like, what are you talking about? That's just Inuit being Inuit.
Yep, that was...
Yeah.
Just a train of miscommunications all around. So I have to go to Athapaska and be like, no, Guyana Current's being used to take Cayenne.
Yeah,
Note that I do not say Guyana Current is taking Cayenne. I'm just saying it's being used.
My only issue is them, right when we were finishing off Mali, just being like, would you mind telling me who you're attacking next over the next few years? And just being surprised that I would not at least lay out, even if it was a lie, I wouldn't talk about where I was going next, and that kind of soured the whole relationship from that point. But luckily, we didn't interact too much. So
yeah, I also kept like blaring the giant red warning sign to Inuit, being like, Athapaska's going to stab you. Athapaska's going to stab you.
Oh, this is
and
after
they just never
built.
believe me until what happens, and they were like, I guess you were right. And I'm like, I told you so. Partly because Athapaska was talking about stabbing, but also like it's so obvious.
I wish they could have been on this,
it had been building for so long.
It probably would have made the analysis 2 hours longer. But I know we're neglecting a lot of North America, but it didn't go anywhere. So
the
Athapaska kind of steamrolls North America.
Yes.
At this time that they stab, I'm glad that the anti-Athapascan task force from the East Asian Triple finally moves in, and I'm the one to lead the charge into the North Equatorial Current.
Yeah.
I've been absent from the Pacific for too long, but I mean, we break into there, and I see a world where we can like choke them up there, not allow a lot of these like fleets that they're building from to like break through. I even see like maybe we can disrupt the core or something, but like it's not really realistic. Spain also is like, we're like, okay, to just make some moves that like prepare for this, and I think they actually take it very seriously. I think since the build phase, we were like, Spain, come on now. They aren't willing to do anything anti-Athabasca, but they are willing to like start getting back into position to defend. Which
they were so open. That was my biggest. The biggest concern about a solo was just how Spain was open, and luckily it didn't pan out. But they responded well.
I'm surprised at how well
became
England...
the boogeyman for all of us big powers because we could point to them and go, "Look at them, they're scarier,"
and we can't do anything.
Meanwhile, we just all row.
Yeah,
I was
no,
scared
like
because it's a
Athabasca,
combination of you're not able to like do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
in the last few years, I had such good conversations with Athabasca. Like I was complimenting how they were doing in North America. They were like, "What the fuck? You're doing well." What? Like, I think that was a certain year or whatever that they realized that I was doing well and just got shocked and started talking to me. And it was fun. It was fun. Athabasca is a good person to talk to. I'm looking forward to spectating them in their game because unfortunately we're not in the same one again. But yeah.
Anyone else have something on this phase? We got
not for spring.
Okay.
Nope.
Actually, wait. There was one more thing in spring. I forgot. I just remembered. Tokugawa go into Southern Sea Part 2. Doesn't happen.
Oh, you tried to offer support and they ignore it again to focus on INO.
And I specifically remember scrolling through press, and for the second one, Ming specifically calling out, they just want you to move out of Southern Sea so that we could take Indian Ocean easier.
Oh my gosh.
Which to me isn't true, because I see Southern Sea and I'm going, this is how you break South America. Why aren't you taking this?
Yeah, that was our conversation with Toku. Several of these phases was go.
I made sure that they couldn't like retreat anywhere else. Like it was going to be a forced disband, and they get the island for free.
Wow.
Just frustrating. So frustrating. But oh well, their loss. They eventually move into it using this forward retreat into Crozet's.
This is definitely where we're like, we are actively pushing you this way. Just go there.
And then they finally do. The funniest part about this move is I still don't trust them, so I tap Southern Sea just to make sure they don't do any like Amara doesn't do any like support into Cape Coast shenanigans. That's how little I trust Toku at this point. I'm like, they could absolutely just talk to Amara and go, "Hey, want to do this thing?" I'm like, I'm not risking it.
Which, Toku is completely oblivious at how much this damaged your relationship. Like, no, I'm still really good friends with Congo, honestly. That was like the entire line that was being held even after like these sort of missteps.
I'm convinced that if they were able to break South America just a little bit faster, Ching doesn't stab. Like the sub. Maybe not.
That's kind of hard to say.
I think they still stab, but like...
I can talk about what happens and why the things unfold, because I have the behind the scenes. I can point out which things are most important there.
It doesn't happen quite yet, but...
No.
Yeah.
I'll get out. Oh no, I won't get out. I'll let Safavid take care of Europe. And probably my luckiest INO moves is actually getting Ceylon this turn. Just it's a ton of guesswork in the INO, and I'm still supporting with units out here, and I don't know, but I'll let you guys talk about it more.
Yeah, I with India, it's not exactly this turn. Well, it is this turn, and it's a couple other turns. Ming just sets up really well with the Janissaries that they have. I have a conversation with England later, and England is just like, "Oh, I'm keeping units on here to just get as much revenge on you as possible." And it's like, I get being bitter, and like when you're not winning, you have to make your own goals. But it's just so bloody frustrating for me. Like India was just not a front that I could keep up for very long. Because if you look at these like wall of like Ming armies here, like Undi and Hyderabad are like guaranteed to fall. Like, it's just a pain in the ass, India, honestly, and it's just not my front. And if we actually, Ming, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Just that, like, I am still under the impression that there will be a partition. I don't think that these are like the most dangerous moves. I think leaving Gondwana could have been something, but I mean, first and foremost, we are just trying to like finish off England as much as possible here. And was that an Abyssinian support of England into Polygar or Madurai?
Madurai. I
okay.
supported like 3 different people into this. I love this army here that couldn't get tapped and could just keep supporting units up there.
Oh yeah, it
was so fucking funny actually. Like genuinely best army of all time.
Yeah. My favorite convoy.
I guess as much as I talk about like efficiency maxing, like I don't know what that army in Malay is doing. I think I decide that like after this turn that should probably go up to India, and the fastest way is like a convoy. I just fuck up the orders, honestly.
Oh no.
Again, enough of these and you get some bad things happening. But in this case, it's just like a delay.
This is how Portugal survives. Is this? I guess was this arranged to get on Madras?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And I told Mughals that I think you should go to this Madulpatam because if you're within range of Portugal, y'all literally fought earlier in the game. I am now like the ref. You guys cannot like have a goal to get revenge on the other by eliminating them.
Yeah.
Which helped keep everyone kind of focused.
And kept you more units in the area, which definitely helped. I mean, more units that you could have influence on it, if not direct units. Yeah.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I was like, if you do enjoy enough success, I mean, you have cores in the area, Portugal, Mughals. There's a world where you can make a core here. Just help me out here because I don't need to stay much above 100% due to my own personal goals with this Indian intervention. But yeah.
And you had 2 powers that really wanted to survive. Like some people, they get to this point and they're like, screw it, I'll be greedy, and if it doesn't work out, oh well. But they really did want to stay in the game and have some influence, so that was really helpful.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know this move is very interesting with the Spain and Austria stuff, so I'll let Safavid talk her side of this.
God, it's such a mess on the bot adjudicated maps. I miss Foggy.
Same.
But yeah, firstly, I moved out of Smyrna because I just trust you at this point, and I really want to get a fleet out.
Yeah.
I got you. I think we got you. No, I don't know if we got you off into Athens. I really wish there were red arrows. No, you got into Athens this time, right?
Yeah, so this move was Spain. I've been asking Spain forever to get up and help you against Sweden. They stopped doing it, and they just stabbed for Rome, and we got Sarajevo to support.
Yeah, and so it's great. And I'm making slow and steady progress against Sweden. Sweden's moves are all very predictable. They're like efficient, but they're predictable. So it's just really this little front here was really my reprieve from the chaos of India because it's just so consistent and nice feeling. I just really like the Balkan as a front in this late game. Yeah.
Same. I would make all my moves over here, and then I'd go sit over here and just bang my head into a wall.
Yeah.
We'll keep going forward unless... Is there something else on this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is this the turn that Ming, California happens?
Oh, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you're going to retreat.
Yes, you retreat into it.
Yeah.
Which, being friends with Spain, I'm like, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah. And then I just continue to invade South America, basically.
Oh, yeah, you're crushing.
I get 2 convoys off in the same phase. One goes into Maranhão just to make sure it could get into the continent. The other one goes to Cayenne.
Very nice.
Yeah. The other move that I'll highlight is the Lundaluba to Mongo. This move is there in case I ever decide to stab in spring. Because then I'm within a year of Azande.
Oh, yes. Yeah. We'll see
Yeah.
your opportunity here in a
you'll-
minute.
If you look at this line very closely, I am much better set up to stab.
You are.
And if there was ever a point where I knew that Sahara Desert was going to be empty after the spring phase, I was going to stab in spring.
Hmm.
That, of course, never happened.
Oh, good. Keep us going. I think this is the last, like... Oh, sorry. Spring moves.
We're on the second last year now.
Second to last year, yep.
I also want to just mention, with last time, actually, sorry.
Yes, can do.
Central Asia, it's very much stalling out, but I was able to, like, move into there, which is very, very nice. Like, Qing and Ming aren't stabbing, but I'm just, at this point, just trying to get a defensive line and getting really tired with India. I think I honestly could have stayed in the quad forever. I just would have need to, like, be clear to them that, like, I'm just not I'm not stabbing Abyssinia. Like, I'm just not stabbing Abyssinia. With, like, Qing and I can go against Sweden still. We can do stuff. Just, yeah.
Yeah, I think you had started asking me. I could feel the frustration with India because you were also asking for move suggestions, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that either.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Yeah, but I think I suggested the self bounce maybe on this phase and a few things, but it was frustrating, and knowing they had Ming had the neutral-esque units was really rough. Next to last year's spring. I don't have anything. I'll open it up to. I know this is kind of the last move or last year that really, I think, had a lot of impact. The final year kind of. Go ahead.
Yeah.
This is the stab
We should
year,
look
right?
at North America
Okay.
this phase, I think. I think North America is really important because Athabasca, I'm spending after the spring phase, I'm just staring at Athabasca trying to do calculations. Unfortunately, I don't have all of my attention on the game at this point in time because of real life stuff that's happening, but I'm trying to do the math and trying to figure out how well is Athabasca going to do in this phase. Like this phase, it looks like they do well. They get into whatever that Yupik in Alaska. They're taking California. They're set up to take Apache or Nueva Vizcaya, one of the two. But everywhere else isn't going that great for them.
Why would you be counting dots, Congo?
Well, we'll get to that. But they're also losing their dots in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
So, and then I'm just slowly continuing to my offensive on the South American coast. But yeah, I'm counting dots because I have a slight chance of soloing. It's tight, but I could see how close it is, and I'm doing all the counting and doing the double counting, and every single time I count, I come up 1 SE short. I'm counting under the assumption that a Mara defends perfectly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So assuming a Mara defends perfectly, I am 1 SE short.
Okay.
Which ironically is kind of safe. Like, that's a safe bet that they do. They've been doing a really good job on defense this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a safe assumption to make that they'll defend, and I'll just come up 1 short, so it's not worth the stab. Because I wouldn't be stabbing in spring, I'd be stabbing in fall, because I want to get that sudden rush of SCs. Because going +4 off of Abyssinian SCs means that Abyssinia goes -4. And so really the person that I'm looking at as far as SCs are concerned is Athabasca, because they're the ones that can gain.
Yeah, you basically know my dot count.
Yep.
You don't know theirs. Yeah.
Yeah. Another reason why I didn't want to stab in spring is because if I stab in spring, everyone just turns around and either throws SCs to someone else or starts taking other if I stab in spring, Reunion is gonna fall easily. which messes with the count.
Yeah, I think you could defend most elsewhere, even if I immediately turned around. It would be a battle the next year, but I wouldn't be able to throw much against you in the year you stabbed. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Plus Inuit starting me, so that also throws a wrench into the calculations.
Inuit doing something positive. Thank you, Inuit.
But if we go to fall...
Oh, yeah. I'll give Asia spring here.
yeah.
Anything?
Just a rush of those armies back west. Those poor generals.
Turn around.
I remember putting those in, and I'm like, should I support anything? Nah, not really, because if there's any tap, that just means there's less momentum on Safavid's side. I need all these armies just on the line ASAP. And then India's kind of the same, honestly. Just get the armies on the line at least. If we lose some ground, hey, that's okay. I remember I wasn't quite sure I was going to get England here. I was happy to have England, even if it was just purely on spite. I felt pretty good about the moves I could get England to make. That army where that is exactly where I need an army. So hey,
yeah, this hurt. I think we talked about the self bounce here maybe, and losing both of those just annoying, and it matters at the end of the year.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about Indian Ocean because Indian Ocean is just a spider web.
Yep.
That's all that needs to be known about Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
That's
also Asia. Like I get so frustrated with India that I just decide I should just reinforce Central Asia as much as I possibly can, just because I don't like India as a front. I feel bad for Mughals.
For Mughals, it's super defendable, but actually going into it sucks. And if it's split, it also sucks. It's very lopsided to the south, and I don't know if I like that.
I really wish. I really wish. I really love that they added more SCs in the south. I just wish the north was more complicated too. There's a lot of feedback I could give on Safavid and Central Asia and all of that stuff, but it's no map changes this time, and I'll probably forget by the time changes happen actually. But also the capital shouldn't be called Tehran. That's something that's annoyed me the entire game. The Safavid dynasty's capital wasn't Tehran.
What is it, Chiffon, I think, right?
Let me double check because I'd hate to get my facts wrong.
Also, being out of the loop on this
while
turn.
That's happening, we could hover Europe.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Because I'd like to point out the fact. Well, I'll go to the Sweden side there.
Yes.
I'd like to point out that this area is just a mess. Sweden's helping Safavids at the same time Safavids is attacking Sweden. At the same time Safavids is helping Qing attack Sweden. At the same time Safavids is attacking Qing.
Oh god.
It's a mess here.
That this was this
no idea what's going on.
That's wild. Yeah. No. So essentially, I'm going to Qing saying, I will help you fight Sweden in exchange for you stabbing Ming, right? They don't stab Ming, but it's fine. But then also I'm going to Sweden being like, look, the Asian quad has finally fallen apart. Do you want to help me? Just so that I can control as much of their moves as possible to get a further front in. It's just one of the cruelest things I did this game, but I love it so much because it causes so much chaos here.
Yeah, India's falling, but the position in Europe is just so crushing at this point. It's well, who cares about India?
That's my thoughts too.
I don't know how I feel worse for Spain or Sweden, because Sweden came to me and was like, hey, do you want to take some Safavid dots? I'm like, I'll be honest, I have no interest in taking Safavid dots. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
That's rough.
There was actually 3 capitals for Safavid Iran. This game starts in
1642.
1642. Okay, so it would be Ishtafan. Let me
Yes.
Estefan.
There's also no
Yeah,
Suez
Estefan.
Canal in 1642, which throws me off. So
Yeah,
that's just map
The
movement.
Cairo one is
Yeah.
for gameplay purposes, I
Yeah.
think,
It has to be.
not
Yeah.
for historical. Like, the reason why Panama isn't a canal is because the Panama Canal would be an absolutely busted province for Spain.
Mhm. Yeah.
Like, the Caribbean would just be a nightmare if you're anyone but Spain, I think.
To flip-flop, yeah.
Like, you could, like, build Fleet Quito or Fleet Pagoda and just go through Panama.
We got to focus on this one, not map. I got to keep this focused. Anyone else on the spring moves?
Spring moves, no.
Okay.
I do try to organize a bounce with Spain and Sea of Azores, but they decided to support themselves in, which isn't the biggest deal in the world, but
I remember just raising the alarm to anyone and everyone I could, because I realized that the Indian Ocean moves, even though I'm hallucinating progress there, it's marginal, and that marginal progress is not going to be as fast as the breakthrough on the other fronts, and so it's kind of the same conclusion I am coming to now on reflection. Just if we wanted to stop if we really wanted to have a coalition to stop the leaders, that needed to be like several years ago, and fights needed to be done that kept going on for a while longer. So
yeah. We'll start with anyone else and then end with me because I have a lot to talk about this phase.
Go for it. I don't have anything on my side that's not already explained. Yep.
Delhi, I think. I end up having to get into an argument with the sole country spectator of mine, Tremor. Thank you, Tremor. He had told me, I don't think you get Delhi here, and I had to go through and do the math. Actually, before even the spring had happened, and I'm like, look, we set up with Hyderabad and Udine, and everything falls into place. And he was a doubter, but hey, we proved the doubters wrong. At the sacrifice of potentially, well, I mean, there's not much else that could have been done there, but I mean, breaking Delhi in my mind broke through the hardest line, and then from there's a world where we can press on forward, but
Yeah.
I'm not interested in that at all.
Yeah, like here's the thing with these moves is that I saw them, I drew them up on my map, and I was like, let's just hope Ming doesn't see them, and you saw them. So, like, I don't regret anything on this turn specifically. I saw this world, and I was like, yeah, it's just objectively the best play, but let's hope Ming does something else.
What did you think about the Hyderabad move? I thought that that was particularly clever of bouncing England into Ahmednagar.
Yeah, I didn't expect the retreat into Ahmednagar. I just thought that was a stab, but I did expect the stab. But then, like, I talked to England about it, and England was just like, I'm taking as much revenge on you as possible. Fuck you. Like, you know, like, fully janissary to you out of hate for me. Which, look, play the game the way you want.
Yeah. But, so maybe we aren't quite geniuses after all, considering in the exact same phase there is another a coordinated bounce and retreat. I didn't even notice the Hyderabad one, I'll be honest.
Oh,
it was really
noticed
nasty.
it, but didn't quite acknowledge that it was the exact same thing we do over here with Canary Basin.
Yeah, push Congo into Rabat because England was so nicely disbanded both these units. So I take Tangier because I'm working against Spain, and then he retreats into Rabat, and that was really fun.
Yeah. It wouldn't have been fun if I did actually pull the trigger though.
yeah, that would have been nasty. Go ahead.
So we'll look at Athapaska's position first, because like Athapaska keeps Alaska, loses Aolits, so that's a wash. They gain like 2 in California, but they lose 2 in the Caribbean, so that's a wash. So all they really gain is Apache and this province at the top of Quebec. So they go +2. I believe. Yes, they go +2. So they end up on 34 SCs, and I'm currently at 33. So I'm doing the math here. Like I lose Cabo Verde, so that's -1. But I'll gain Rabat and retreats, so that's +1. And then South America, just the most frustrating. As soon as I saw Rio, I was so upset. Aymara doesn't support Rio with the army that's right next to them, or Sao Paulo. So I end up getting Rio, which is a dot that I didn't calculate for when I was doing the math. So I'm gaining 4 SCs in South America, if my count's right. It is because I get Spain to tap Carib, so that support goes through.
Yeah.
Yeah, so by the end of this phase, I end up with 4 SCs out of South America. Which means that if I had actually stabbed Abyssinia this phase, because I knew Indakaru was getting opened up so that a fleet could build there. So I have 4 free dots on the continent that if I just 4 moves, if I just walk into the centers, I push Abyssinia down from 30, what would have been 37 at the end of this phase, down to 33, and I would have had just enough.
Yeah,
It's like exactly 25 if I do the stab.
I think we did the math. It was 25%. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'll be at 41. Athabasca is going to be at 34. So that's a difference of 7 SCs, which for 4 center powers is 25%.
Yep.
But didn't quite get the math right.
Oh, and I didn't even tell you Saklava or whatever. That would have been another free one.
Saklava. If I knew about Saklava, I was probably pulling the trigger. So
very close.
It was very close, but like in the end, I'm not too upset about it because I've been so focused on like going for the joint impunity by this point that like I did the math after I saw the moves and I'm like, damn, it was actually kind of close, and I didn't even expect it to be as close as it was. So,
I would have felt like I let down the rest of the board. Like, oh, sorry guys, you worked for 3 months and then I blew it, just not seeing things. Yeah.
Yeah. After this phase, like during the I spend like the next like 3 days like fall retreats and winter builds, trying to debate whether or not I tell Abyssinia to reinforce the border or not. And in the end, I'm like, please reinforce this so I don't have to think about stabbing.
Yep.
The funnier part about this phase is how close we were to getting the impunity vote a year early.
Yes, we miss a 5-way impunity this turn with the walkout of Sarajevo, right?
Yes.
Because
or the Delhi.
Or
province.
the Delhi. Yep, because that would have put all 5 of us over over the next power.
So we were one decision away from both a 1 year early 5-way or a solo, basically. Also, we get a Ching sub at this point, so the stab happens.
Yes, sorry, I didn't even.
That's also this year.
The Ching, I don't know. Like at the end of the day, Sweden stabbed Ching. I didn't even notice that, but I was a proponent of Ching just supporting the Swedish defense in Novgorod, etc., and hunkering down as much as they could. Don't lose any SCs in the west here, because we can make slow progress back in like Central Asia, but the few losses that we did take, specifically that Siberian SC, that was just too much. It put it over the edge, and at most we're fighting for a stalemate. I can make progress.
Could have pretty easily stalemated. It's just like,
Yeah, I think it just is a difference of like, how much of a buffer zone can we get? The Caspian Sea fleet was always like oh no, like we can't. There is a limit to how far we can go. I think Artma made the right choice. Ironically, like as we're trying to, I think around about here is when we're like, I'm talking to you. I'm like, you got to give me a year of just any move that's pro me. Otherwise, I can't stop advancing in India. Like I have to make the best moves here. Otherwise, you'll just fight me some more. That's like my approach to this. I do
Yeah.
want peace. I do want to be done with like fighting in these theaters. I want to focus on containing larger threats, like what I imagined was a better Athabasca position than it really was. And I just was kind of, yeah, I knew I couldn't make that much progress, and I didn't want to be a threat. I just wanted to be a contender.
Is this the year where you like come to me with a really good deal, and I just tell like Ching immediately, and you're like, dude.
Oh, the 10-minute
I
deal?
think it's that like I alluded to like, hey, I do want peace in India, and I can never like have a free hand to do anything else that you would maybe want me to do if we don't have peace here, and you're just like oiling it out of me, and it's like, okay, is that a stab on your allies? Is that a stab on Ching? And I'm like, I really can't, I can't say yes to that. And just that answer alone was like, okay, immediately sent to Ching. Ching then immediately came to me with it, like a 10-minute difference.
Yeah, because I was fully convinced. I was
Yeah.
fully convinced at the time that I could get Ching and Toku. And like, props to Meow. I don't.
The sub.
The dog. To like the Ching sub to like recognize the possession and be like, yeah, I'm working with Ming and I'm stabbing Toku. Because like,
even if that got us into a war with each other, it's not like a good war, and that's like how it was from the very start. If it was gonna settle into like a two-person alliance out of East Asia, it would have just been me and Ching, because those borders are really hard. And we get the fleet builds eventually to sort of do stuff, but like we get them at the same time. And I was
honestly kind of hoping that the sub would be a worse player who would, actively get, just see the deal. Hey, what if we swapped out Ming for you in an Impunity and take it? But like, the sub was actually like really, honestly, just like a good player. Like, I
also think that And that's not to take away from their skill level. I think Artmia was just following as a country spec for the longest time. And Eevee was still, like, even though Eevee wasn't playing, I could see they were still a country spec. And so I was like, I remember there being asked a question, was a new player, like, at all motivating for me to stab Ching? Honestly, no. Like, I had a little bit of guilt there because I was like, Eevee's still there. It wasn't like they were ever really gone. Honestly, I mostly, when trying to like do the coin flip of like, okay, who can I facilitate a victory for? Toku was the original player that stuck around, so maybe it would have been Ching, but like realistically, once Ching approached me with it and was just like, listen, it's not, I think everyone's read the press. It's not going to be me and you fighting. It has to be Toku here. I'm like, well, shit, my Asian triple's gone. I kind of have to, like, even if what do I do here? I went through all the scenarios in my void, and it's like, if I say something, then Toku turns around and all our defenses are like broken, and then there's no decisive outcome from that fight. If I don't support Ching here, Toku puts up a better fight and same difference. So I'm like, the only option I have to make right with one person is to just follow through and stab Toku with Ching here and just try and clean up the mess as fast as possible so we don't look weak. And I think if we don't do this, I think Athabasca just doesn't say yeah to the impunity. I think we look weak enough to where they think they can make progress, even if it's marginal, and they play for that progress with Toku vassal and all. Like,
the
this
Toku
is like
vassal
what I've been
thing
waiting
was
to explain forever. I always felt bad. I felt bad with Ayutthaya. I felt bad with Mughals. At this point, I got so much pushback for my stab of Toku that I didn't feel bad. I was like, what else do I do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll put us towards the last phase. or last year, I should say, 1654.
Yeah, I do want to mention some discussions with Mughals.
Mhm.
If you want to start that off, Ming.
Yeah,
Because it's very funny.
I think you suggested it to me, but I had always intended at some point to give them another center. I was like, do you want to be the Sultan of what's the like Madurai or Madyas, like something down there? Like, I don't know. This was even as far back as when you and I were still cooperating in India.
Yeah. Like
I was
you
putting
were
that
actively talking about how you wanted to bring Mughals up to 2 centers out of your center budget.
Yeah,
Because
and
it's
then
so generous.
you you had then proposed this year that as part of our peace agreement in India, Delhi was particularly contentious, your words, and it
Yeah.
would probably be best if Mughals is just right in the middle of whatever conflict were to happen. Little did we know how quick the game was ending, so we just
Yeah.
start moving Mughals in. I'm like, I can still hold my defensive line pretty easily. I think you know that too. So there's no
Yeah, exactly.
tension here. I kind of felt confident at this point that we would follow through. And
Yeah, as soon as I
realistically,
saw the stab on Tofu, I was just like, yeah, let's just win the game, like,
Yep.
and
Yeah.
like, I was genuinely happy to have you in an Impunity. I just thought that
Same here.
my
the
gameplay up
Reputational
until
was-
this point
yeah.
was definitely frustrating. I can totally understand that. I would find it difficult to have part of it is just like you have no power in convincing someone
Mm.
like me in that situation. It's
Mm.
partly owing to my inexperience and just
Mm.
my value set I have that isn't yet broken
Mm.
down. I think at the end of this it was kind of broken down, but yeah, I just
being a strong alliance player,
I had
Um,
to, yeah, but
it's gonna
I
be-
liked, I did like Abyssinia's approach better. Like reading through the AAR, I was like, I should have done this more often. I should have kept a strong focus on our win cons because at the end of the day, even though I was a strong alliance player, even though I did bash everyone over the head with how loyal I was, even though I did a good job of protecting myself from the less reliable people of the block, I should have worked harder for those more equitable outcomes for Ching and Toku here.
Yeah.
A lot of lessons learned. Yeah, for me, for that, and that's what kept throwing me off because this was
Yeah,
kind of the result I was going for.
I've got your AAR up now, Abyssinia. I'm not gonna watch it until the recording's over, but I just saw the top comment on that, and I love Austria. They're such a fun player to work with.
Give a shout out to Austria, who somehow survived this entire game, and I have no idea how.
Yeah.
Austria
There's, like-
is one of my top picks for beta because
Oh,
with my approach into these games going forward, survival is my goal. I don't necessarily. I want to see how the map changes and adjusts. I have picks that I have that are meant to try and go for an impunity, but my fallback options are always the ones like Austria and Sweden, who I'm like, they seem really safe.
Biggest challenge,
They seem really safe. To at least claw a few centers and then to be able to hold on to them for the whole game, God will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just have fun.
Yeah.
Play. It feels like I'll see what you get in the next game because I am smoking you in B1, but it'll be fun to see.
The only final note I had here is after this spring phase, the game does end at the end of this year. 5-way impunity between Safavid, Ming, Abyssinia, Congo, and Athapaska. I was still, I was like, Ming better not make us wait for this person to get into the impunity because I just felt like they were kind of vassals for a lot of the activity. And now reading the channels afterwards, I can see that not as it was more circumstances, but I I was prepared to go into the WFF and just be like, you said you'd give your vote to the world, and we have a chance to have a vote. And when you did that yourself, I was like, thank you. And it seems like everyone was on board. I didn't see a single no vote, right? Worldwide?
Athabasca changed their vote.
Oh, in the WFF? Yeah.
So Athabasca, everyone in the WFF voted yes.
Okay.
Athabasca, who had denounced the WFF earlier, like a couple years before the vote, initially said that they voted no.
Oh my gosh.
And then changed it to yes, like after like sleeping on it.
Because they thought they could solo from here? I'll put them.
No, they just wanted to see if they could.
I think they thought their position was better than what it actually was, and then upon like sleeping on it, realized my position isn't as good as I thought.
In talking to them, they didn't want to solo; they just wanted to board top and like play it out a few more years. But then they slept on it and were like, "I'm tired." Like, you know.
And I'll just for like we're running out of time. Thank you guys all for everyone for staying on the call this long. It's more than I expected, and really happy about it. But this is the way the board ends, and I think if the game had continued, sorry, Ming.
Is very scary.
Yes, I would have immediately gone after Ming.
So fragile.
Yeah.
Plus 7, absolutely not.
Yeah.
This is why that Congo approached me and asked me if I would say yes to an impunity, and I'm like, please just call the vote. I can't I had decided that even if I intended to say yes, I can't say yes in press because that can just go to Ching, go to Toku, and I'm like out of position and I can't defend. So I was like, you can see my answer when the impunity vote gets called. Thankfully, it got called. And honestly, it was an afterthought about the World Friendship Forum vote. I just remember thinking to myself, I was like, oh, wait, I probably could get everyone to vote yes and just follow through on that promise. I even told Congo exactly that. I'm like, oh, yeah, I mean, I already was going to vote but I'll also do the World Friendship Forum vote. And then as soon as I put it up, I remember doing this at 4 a.m. at my time. And I'm just like, I don't know how quickly everything's going to move, but Inuit kept you alive. Please vote yes. Portugal, please. Mughals, you too, dude. And all them fell in line pretty quickly. And I'm like, okay, now that plus the winners, and we got the majority. I can go to bed now. In my void, I think I did it in my void. I sent that message of yes 2 hours before the vote for the World Friendship Forum got called.
Oh wow! See, I was trusting you with your ideals and your principles. I'm like, of course he's going to wait for this. And
you have to understand, me and Safavids admitted it in the Jade Capital halfway through the game. The World Friendship Forum was co-opted by the Jade Capital for the longest time.
Yeah, it's just a propaganda outlet.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Oh, the poor plight of the Mapuche and the evil Aymara driving them from the island. Oh, Lord, won't someone do anything about, I don't know, good vibes?
Sweden.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a fun LARP.
Too strong.
It was good vibes, and in my mind, I'm like, I do want a world where we had those vibes going for a draw vote or a larger impunity. And I think with there being those moments, I think there wasn't as much animus to replace that. An emotion has to be there. So I don't know.
I actually took Athabasca denouncing it rather seriously. I'm like, I know this has no real impact on the game, and we're all fighting, and none of this is binding. But when you kind of say even the small amount of cooperation we have worldwide, you're going to denounce that. That didn't sit well with me.
Yeah, it's who hates the power of friendship?
Yeah, the Moscow moves and all the unit symbols and stuff.
Well, because I think Athabasca via maybe Toku or Ching probably just learned the truth about the World Friendship Forum. It's okay, half of the times we hosted it, it was Ching, Safavid's me, and we kind of passed it on to each other. I think Toku even got a year where they were just like AFK asleep at the wheel, and then one of us stepped up to host it in their stead. Like,
Yeah.
like, you know, we took it out of the hands of the Colonials, those dirty rats, but then, you know, we were no better, really.
Yeah, it was really funny. Also,
Yeah.
like, the bloody, like, the thing with me getting to 100% from a range Sarajevo, I kind of want to end the map just zoomed in on Sarajevo because it's the most important province in this entire game. Austria just gave me Sarajevo, and it got me to 100% and meant the game could end as it did.
Yeah,
and it was awesome. Austria is the most important player in this game, and Mugels is the true winner for getting back Delhi.
That's actually kind
agreed.
of real.
Yeah.
See that on Nexus, yeah.
Yep.
Just.
And it's strategic
Yeah,
and fun at the same time.
I remember that partway through this game, the Mughals player sent to me in press, and I couldn't find it on review, so I didn't know if it's like a public channel thing or what. But just like, no offense to you, Ming. I think if I was in your alliance, I would love to play with you. But being on the receiving end of this one time, I don't ever want to be near you again. Just on the off chance that I'm the odd one out and have to deal with this torrent again. And then I hope I did enough rehabilitation between then and now to where it's like, well, we're both in the same game again. So,
oh wow!
You are? God damn.
Yes,
awesome.
and it's actually a cruel twist of fate. I think even more so than the Congo Abyssinia carryover into your B2 game or I guess B1.
I found the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
India is also in this game.
Yeah, and the thing is that like I mean, 2 of my picks were Sweden and Austria, and then you know if I end up getting Austria, there's a good chance he gets Sweden.
Wait, England also subbed into this game, so you guys have 4
yeah and
A2C players in this
which
one.
I'm happy with. Like we got a good mix. And apparently, there's only one guy from A2E, but like a few of them carried over and are spectating the guy from A2E. That's the only other server I spectated during this round. Like A2E in this, because A2E had a dedicated meme channel, which someone was cooking. I don't know usernames, but whoever was there, Ute, they for lack of prospects in the game, they sure did add to the culture. I think.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll spectate because all the Discord notifications kind of get me, but I will be sure to check in on all of you, and we'll do our closing. Go ahead.
I personally, when I've been spectating, I've muted the press categories and just like focused on the void and talking to the people, and then like maybe checking up in on press every once in a while. And it's been a much more sustainable approach than anything else.
Okay, I'll check that out.
Yeah,
that's smart.
Yeah, I just deactivate notifications to be like only at mentions or something like that.
Yeah. I kept them on this server where we're all on because I'm like, if I miss press, that's really bad. So yeah, and no one's adding everybody, so I just was like, okay, but yeah, on A2E, I'm like, nope, you're actually just straight muted, and then I'm gonna check out the few channels that I want to keep in touch on. My champion in that race died pretty quickly, which was the other Ming, which was, I took the worst lessons from that, and I'm like, oh man, I cannot allow myself to be too merciful, otherwise I just get crushed by, from the south and the north. So I had to just crush the south.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah, I'll try to get in some spectate and just sit in the voids. That's a really good call.
Yeah,
but
same here.
I will start off the wrap up. Just thank you all for staying on the call for so long. It's been really fun. Thank you for making my first game of Imperial Diplomacy a lot of fun. Enjoyed playing with all of you. Yep.
Yeah, no, this has been a great game. I loved it so much.
Yeah, for sure.
Y'all have been great, honestly.
Yeah, I had a lot of anxiety coming into this, just because like I could never work my way through like the web diplomacy formats and stuff like that. The Discord format on ImpDip was more familiar, and so I just took a chance on this game. And it could have been a really stressful experience as I'm like still doing my master's right now. And so maybe as many hours as I spent doing this is not the best allocation of time, but it ended up being a good balance just because of the people in it. And I kept coming back, and I remember just feeling really excited to do another turn of this each time. And then also just like really satisfied at the end of like a phase.
Yep.
Yeah.
You saw,
It's been such a like consistent, nice part of my life for the last few months, and you guys have been a huge part of why that is.
Thank you. You saw I had to bring my wife in just because she's like, "What are you?" I couldn't stop talking about it every time I got a chance, and so she wanted to be a part of it and just peer in. So it's been great for the whole house.
Yeah, that was so fun.
The phases tended to conclude during my rugby practice, and one of the times I got asked, like, why do I look so happy? And I'm like, I could not say the real reason. I had to be like, oh, I just won really big on sports betting. And they're like, okay, don't do that at practice. I was like, never again. And I stopped checking ImpDip until like 6 o'clock, which always left Ching and Toku like having the first word about how a phase had gone. So, yeah.
I'll end it off by saying that as of the recording of this, the last vote for the last game running has just started.
Oh boy.
We'll see if it probably passes just looking at the map, but
is that the A2B, the Bluebells?
Yeah, Bluebell has everyone beating their condition and also has a 25% gap, so
nice. A good way to wrap it up then. Yeah.
I think that game probably has the most SCs in an Impunity.
Ooh.
Just because they have 3 Colonials, a Russia, and a Ming.
Oh my gosh.
I'm playing in A2B. I subbed in for like a dying power, and I made my goal to throw to my allies to stop a joint colonial win, which at the time I subbed in was like a really big worry to people. And one of the people I've been throwing to, actually the main person I've been throwing to, is Russia, ironically, because I was Ottomans. So,
Yeah.
Very cool.
I think that it's good that each country, I think every country has won a game of A2, right?
A2, no.
Not Austria.
Austria definitely didn't.
Ooh, right, because the best Austrias even then fell short. I think in the new format,
Sweden and
better, but
Ayutthaya are the other two that I am not sure about.
I think in the latest realm, they were still, highest power was still below 100%. So.
Let's take a look. I do know there's only one Safavid's Impunity, so...
Congrats.
Thank you.
I gotta say, having seen everything, I'm glad how our game turned out. I for one thought my power was one of the weaker powers, and I had to augment those weaknesses with like Ching and Tokugawa. So to be able to like represent this country in a victory in A2, it feels a little bit significant. I better that than like yet another Spain win. It feels like,
Yeah, the funniest part is that Ming has the most impunities.
Ming?
In A2.
Oh wow.
All of them are joint impunities, but Ming is in the most. They have 3.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's part of the reason I wanted to.
I was gonna say that like with Safavid, it's this game has been like, I think I'm probably biased because this is my only experience with Safavid, but I feel like it's very much like a peak Safavid thing, because I started off crushed between 2 giant powers, and I ended up like kind of in the middle of 3 alliances,
Yep.
Like 3 strong alliances, and I still was able to navigate it to victory, and it just feels really poetic, honestly. It feels like a really poetic game for the Safavid.
Yeah, I know Flair, the creator, one of the creators of this variant, was very surprised at how Safavid in general was performing in this variant.
Yeah.
Because Safavid was one of the powers that was pointed out as a potentially weaker one.
Yeah.
Also, I think Portugal, despite getting multiple 100%s, didn't make any impunities. I'm pretty sure they got outrun both games that they had a chance
Rip.
at it.
No.
Yeah. Well, the Namibia one was brutal.
The Portugal, I think that was another one that was like a scrap, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was Netherlands and Portugal that were both up to be on the scrap list, and I just, again, colonials are not my gameplay,
No.
especially when your capital is that close to Spain and that close to France and England and Sweden.
Yeah, it's scary.
I'd say
Like, yeah, I mean, Beijing kind of suffers from the same thing, but at least you're staring right back at, Shandong.
mhm.
Yeah, the one last stat I have is that this game has the least amount of colonial SEs.
Yes, mission successful.
Strongest regionals. The anti-colonial league was indeed a success in the end, even though we
did a-
all leaked to
You got
colonials.
leaked. I did not. I
Spain
promise.
did a good jumping ship, I think. Just get the hell out of that colonial block, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, this game really started unraveling when the colonials stabbed each other, though. Like Portugal stabbing
I take
Netherlands.
credit.
Yeah, Portugal
I
stabbing
will
Netherlands
take
opens
credit.
up like a whole lot of the board. Like Amara starts going crazy, I start going crazy.
Yep.
Everything just collapses.
I'm surprised at how long it took me to get activated. Really, I never like that arrangement with Spain. I don't know if they chose to fight there. I don't think like we ever get the ball rolling. But they do need it to be done in this way to like utilize those resources elsewhere rather than like get crushed between us and the Dutch, who are still spitefully fighting them. I don't know.
Yeah.
That
this
said,
game-
there were some turns where I was like about to be more merciful than I needed to be, and if I had listened to myself rather than Toku or Ching, I think Spain would have actually decided to mount a defense in Indonesia, because that would have been like the one season they needed to get their footing. So we really did like thread the needle there. Jeez.
And I think this is one of those games that really highlights just how strong Spain is, because Spain's the strongest colonial by a long shot. It's like not even close. They're still pretty stable everywhere else, even though they're about to get pushed. But like,
Yeah, their
their
America
South
holdings
American
are
front
so
was stalemated
good.
for
Yeah.
like 10 years.
Agreed.
Is that not just because like you kind of need Spain against the people you have no power against? Like Spain, the Asian triple was on their line. We're on Hawaii, we're on Galapagos. Those are always there to take, but that would be less power they have to just hold on to Athabasca here.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
don't
sure
know.
if it's like a power vacuum, like the result of like Portugal and Netherlands going at it. Spain just kind of like swoops in,
It's
and like
also
even though they take
strange,
Spain's side, they're
like,
unscathed.
yeah, well, let's talk about power vacuums. All the way back when they stab, uh, Netherlands. That redeployment of units northward in South America, that just led to that Amara problem that we like ended up having, like
Yeah.
completely, like
Yeah,
one for
and then
one.
Spain gets
So,
stalemated in the Caribbean. They just struggle to break that with England for years. Meanwhile, England and France are collapsing in North America.
yeah, and it really only took until that collapse in North America to where they finally could break. I think that I thought they also had prospects to expand, but apparently not as much as we thought. I think they, in hindsight, they really should have taken that deal for a peace agreement. But
Yeah,
I don't
just
know.
plateaued, but like we're never in danger of being like eliminated from the game. I think if we continue this game, Spain lives.
Yes. Yeah, and 3 colonials are basically completely dead.
Yeah, Portugal's on 1, but like
France,
January.
Netherlands. Yeah.
France dies at the last phase, I think.
Yes. Yeah. And I think England
last
goes
death.
eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to keep playing nice guy as my gravestones kept piling up there, facilitating Ayutthaya dying, Netherlands.
Yeah, the 4 deaths in one phase,
Yeah.
double the death count. It's just
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, even in the Med, it would take me quite a long time to push back Spain. I think we would have got to a pretty
Yeah.
sloggy line. Yeah.
Yeah, like I think I get one.
it's like,
Actually, I don't even know if I
think
get an
we
NAO
could've,
fleet by the end of the game, but
I think we could have done fair bit more from here. It's just like, I don't know. I'm really happy with ending this year.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Same.
I mean,
It
these
feels
final.
nice.
If we had kept going, we would have been doing orders now. I've been up with like at a holiday party for my extended family for like the last 2 days, and then tomorrow's Christmas Eve and stuff. I've had like 1 day free. This was it. This is about as much time as I had today. So
yeah, this is Christmas Eve for some of us, and pretty soon for Christmas Eve. So, like, honestly, thank you so much. I'm surprised I got everyone on for as long as we did, and I'll try to get you off to go with friends and family for the holidays.
I think we're all just happy to be able to talk about this game finally.
Yes.
Yeah, God,
3 months.
I've been wanting to talk about this game properly for like months. Like, all of you are people I want to just like be honest about this game with.
Yep.
But I can't fully do it until now. Like,
okay. I'm gonna be honest. We won't know everyone's honest perspective. Like, we have our group here, but we won't know until the voids are out. But it's like, I'm not gonna add a moderator to do it because they'll just archive the server in the next minute. So, like,
yeah,
in a way, I'm kind of like, maybe we could release this video, have like the group reaction to it, soy face, and then archive the server.
I'll do what I can to get it up tomorrow, but it takes a while to get up on YouTube. It's like
I think you'll have a few days. Honestly, I think they're still way too busy with setup for B1 to, remember conveniently A2C.
That was a time where I think it was Ambrosius, Ambrosius, that's the name. The Safavid player in A2A. I've been an active spec on their side, and I just offhandedly mentioned my game, and they spec'd me. And we talked about the board for a bit, and they were like, "What the fuck is the Eastern Quad doing?" And like, you'll see. I start analyzing it from there, and I go, "Yeah, what the fuck are we doing?" So, that'll be interesting to see. Because that, I do think, affected things. I was already feeling like, but like properly talking about that with someone that wasn't, like talking about the Eastern Quad with someone who isn't in the Eastern Quad definitely does affect feelings about the game.
Yeah, I think another lesson to learn for this being my first is that, like, I remember thinking that like patience is measured in like years in this game. It is not. It is really like, I look back and see those first messages and I'm like, wait, they were in September, and it's only been like a little over 10 years in this format. So yeah, I don't know how many turns we're talking to like get Ching and Toku over the board. Realistically, we aren't. We needed to have like adjusted our course 7 in-game years ago, which at that point, no.
Yeah.
Like there's some points where it's just like you missed the train. And I think at that point, I subconsciously knew that, and I just wanted to be like, I will still facilitate you to get to the best position that I can give you without like killing myself. Yeah, that's all I gotta offer. I don't think I would do like honeyed promises like this again, because I think it was definitely a product of the players I got given, realistically.
Yep.
Yeah, and like the game, just the being your first game, being a beginner game, like, it's just, yeah. I'm actually really excited to be like an active for you next round of games, because it's going to be very interesting.
You just get to see my tactics in abstract.
I gotta do that too. So, I gotta sign off for tonight, guys. But again, appreciate the time, and good luck in your B1 games.
Yep.
Of course.
Yes, good luck, everyone.